Mm. Okay, hold on. Guess I'll wait for people to join. Once again, laptop working a little slow, like always. What's up, Tour LA? Yeah, I've been waiting a while to talk about this. Hopefully, everything can fall into place real quick, and we can get a nice positive feedback going. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Finally. Hmm. Take up. What does that mean? Hello, light skin lover. See, we got 6 watchers so far. So, shout out to the cloud watchers. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. Wait. Uh, what's up, AMR? All right. All right. So, how's my sound? Yeah, I'm chilling too, AMR. Just waiting to get this topic going. Got the mic rolling finally, so we good to go. Let's get this started. Cause I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. So can everyone hear me okay? Whoever can hear the mic, press 1. Why not just do a pre-recorder instead of waiting for your light-skinned bros to get out the mirror? Well, I see this. I see it's about to be one of those kind of streams today. Not even 10 minutes in, and we already got a troll. Yes, probably about to. Right, there's the link. And like I was saying, we already got, looks like we got a troll in the house. What better way to get things started? Okay. All right, so let's get this started. So today we're talking about light-skinned male masculinity. And this is a highly requested topic, and it's definitely something that I've been wanting to talk about for a while. Oh, hey, future is golden. Because I've been seeing there's just been a lot of things I've been seeing that I haven't been liking, particularly with the image of light-skinned males. And it's like nowadays, it's gotten to the point where a lot of people are just ready to get. We even have like other races of people that are joining in on what I like to call the emasculation of our image, which a lot of light-skinned males are pretty much complacent in fighting against. But what a lot of light-skinned men don't realize is a lot of these stereotypes can play out in other areas that don't end particularly well for us. I know me myself growing up in a black community, I'm sure more often than not you've heard these stereotypes brought up. And I've heard it countless times, like too many times to remember. Like light-skinned male stereotypes, weak, effeminate, in the mirror, just a whole bunch of stuff that's just random. It's like you don't even. The thing is, you don't even really know where these come from. It's just like stuff that just came out of the middle of nowhere. And a lot of people just love the whole 80s argument, which I've just have gotten just so tired of hearing. Light-skinned men were in the 80s. Like we've been hearing that for practically. It's 2022, and the 80s was like what 40 years ago. Like what happened then has absolutely nothing to do with what's going on now. And now it's just gotten to the point where it's just out of control. You know it's gotten bad when you even see white people chiming in on this. And that's why I would like to get some light-skinned brothers in here so we can discuss going forward. What can we do to fight against this? Well, here we go. Okay, who's making stereotypes about you guys? You guys are making stereotypes about yourself. That has absolutely nothing to do with us. Okay. Let's see, we got. I just don't you guys just love just seeing people just prove me right without even me getting started. That, like, I wish that squinting trend would just go away so bad. And the thing is, it's like in the black community's case, it's pretty much common knowledge, and a lot of light skinned males are pretty much accepted this like pretty boy image. Like it's nice after a while, but let's be honest, that really doesn't work for any group of men. All we My favorite example is Asian men. Like, look what's happened to them with these same like stereotypes. They're the least dated men and struggle in the dating industry worse than any group of men on the planet. And one thing that we can find comparable to this is it's pretty much the same thing with them with us. Another group of men who interracially dates with their women more than any other group of men on the planet have pretty much emasculated them in their image and then turn around and take their women as prize. Sound familiar, anyone? That's exactly what we're dealing with here. Oh, hey, you. A long time no see. I was alive in the 80s. They were pretty, but not soft at all. See, what a lot of people don't really get is a lot of these stereotypes can play out in ways that a lot of people that are so subtle, a lot of people wouldn't even notice. Like when you have a group of men that's whole like stereotype and image is preserved around being soft, and then you turn around and live in predominantly black communities where you pretty much have to prove yourself anyway. A lot of us can't be like that. Like you can. Like if you show any sign of weakness, you're going to be a target. And in a lot of cases, it starts off with having to fight a lot, particularly in schools. And I have seen this on YouTube far too many times. Light skinned men saying that they have to fight a lot, just having to prove their blackness, basically. And what this plays out, and a lot of light skinned men get older too, because if you have to keep proving yourself and keep acting tough, what happens is you start off basically harden, is what I like to say. Harden. And when I mean harden, I mean that a lot of us have pretty much take up the worst aspects of the hood culture. Having to prove yourself, having to fight. And then when you, in worser cases, having to prove yourself, then we start to get into the realm of illegal activity. Having to prove yourself, particularly in the hood. And we pretty much already know what that leads to: felonies, arrests, criminal records, and just a stereotype, a statistic. And a lot of these people that pretty much tell you that you have to prove yourself, once you pretty much are locked up, locked away, life's pretty much ruined, it's over. Like you're pretty much a prisoner of the system forever. And it's like little stuff like this with what we're dealing with right now can lead to stuff like that. Yeah, Abby said it best. Also, elimination. I would say the other word, but you know how YouTube gets sometimes. This can even play out in dating in some aspects. Exactly. I've seen this with my own two eyes more than anything. And it's like, I get it. I understand, but it's like a lot of people just try to make it out like it's not that deep. Like that's just the way it is. I've heard it before, and it's like when you have to just keep proving yourself and keep having to step up to the plate, then after a while you just get hardened. Like now it's got to the point where you always have to feel like you have to prove yourself. And then it's like then people like to bring up the arguments. The like boys were vocally run after by lots of women in the 80s, and the men got a bit twisted. If I had a nickel for every time I've heard like an older like black man talking about how much they hated the 80s, I would I could buy a Lamborghini. Like I've heard this in my own family so much. Like I was just having a conversation like with like an older, like dark skinned black man, and he was talking about El DeBarge and how they went out of style and they couldn't stand the 80s because of the barge and Prince. It's like, bro, how many times are we going to hear like El DeBarge? Like that's in the 80s, man. We're talking about 2022. What happened then has absolutely nothing to do with what happens now. And it's like they're practically 50 in their 40s, 50s, and 60s and are still talking about that. It just goes to show you like how much that bothered them. Um uh, I guess so, but it's like even if you look at the 80s per se, it's not like now where it's like even don't get me wrong, I see that there was a lot of light-skinned male representation, but let's not try to pretend like it's as one-sided as it is now. Like we still had good times with good pretty much broader black representation. We had the Cosby Show with Bill Cosby and Theo. Let me see. I know there was another one. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson. Like it's not one sided. Like, point to me nowadays where you have even a mainstream sitcom with a light skinned male lead. Can you name one? Because I've been looking, I can't find one. There isn't one. There's no light skinned equivalent to the Cosby Show. You know what? Now that I'm glad you brought up Blackish, because that's another thing. It's like, look at that show, for instance. You have uh kind of not too dark, but brown skin dad, a mixed mom, and the light skinned dude in there is a nerdy, unpopular dude that's just trying to fit in. And they even alluded to colorism. And once again, even in that example, they just glossed over that and went straight to dark skinned people. Facts, discreet geek. Facts. It's like it is not nowhere near as one sided as it is nowadays. It's not even close. Like, you can't even, it's not an argument. Like, it's nowhere near as one sided. Like, it's gotten to the point, even with my last video, the blackwashing video, it's gotten to the point where we can't even represent ourselves when we have our historical figures. What's up, Carl? See, the only one I'm missing, I really wanted to have, the main people I wanted to have was Carl, AMR, Caesar, because I know they requested this one. I'm hoping Caesar can drop by so we can really discuss. And I see Hybrid Vigor is here too. Hey, this is an open panel. Anybody can join. Hey, I've even got it open for some trolls if they want to. So there's the link. And anybody is open to join. Well, from what I've seen, even in that example, even that little bit of representation is skewed. See, is what represented by light skinned women name a light skinned male. Uh, I don't know. That's a slippery slope. I don't really, to your point, Tor LA, I don't really even see light skinned men in commercials anymore. Like, this erasure has just gotten to the point where it's just like just madness at this point. Nobody is even talking about how erased we're starting to get. Oh, hey, Kimmy. Well, even in Shamar Moore's case, like, Shamar Moore should have a way like bigger acting resume than what he has. Like, Shamar Moore, Christian Keys, Boris Kojo, Michael Ealy. They're not like A-list. They're not like on the level of Denzel Washington or Idris Elba, or even heck, even uh, Morris Chestnut. Like how many? Like how many movies has Morris Chestnut been in? Like if you name like a black love story, I'm willing to bet you got either Morris Chestnut or Idris Elba, one or the other. It gets to a point where you start seeing them so much that it's like you guys can't find nobody else. Like how many movies have these guys been in?
Dang, I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. It's the first time I use my phone for this, so excuse me. So, okay, so pardon me, I'm a little inebriated, so I'll be a little silly, but I'll try to keep it as serious as possible. Um, I think there's a difference in the generation and some of the complaints that I hear from lighter skinned guys nowadays. And I'm almost 50, right? And it's been a lot of the same problem. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it's a lot of the same problems. And you mentioned some of the things that we had to toughen up and things of that sort. All that is true. But I think a lot of us older guys had our catharsis. You know what I'm saying? Like we kind of got back at the people who were bothering us, so to speak. And I don't necessarily hear that out of the younger generation. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't feel the same way about being light skinned as I'm hearing from other guys. I hear this "woe is me" type thing, and I don't know why. And I'm kind of interested in sort of why, because I have my theory or hypothesis, I should say, as to why. But can somebody explain this to me? Because some of the stuff I'm hearing, man, I'm not quite vibing with. So I'm like, nah, man, y'all need to feel better about yourselves. You know what I'm saying? What keeps coming to mind, like, you got the world in your hands. And it's like y'all don't seem to know it or something, man. I don't get it.
Well, I think one of the issues is that nowadays it's like a lot of the like younger light skinned males, it's like a lot of them are kind of like biracial sometimes. So a lot of them are pretty much stuck within a rock and a hard place, trying to find
Got you.
acceptance, if that makes sense. And a lot of times when they go to the black community pretty much has a certain way that they want you to act as a light skinned male. So that's why a lot of times they kind of play up to the stereotypes. And in my case, that also applies to those light skinned, like fully black males, because sometimes it's even worse for us, because if you got like a whole family like that's pretty much darker skin, you go hear those little jokes getting thrown around. I know.
See that now? That's the thing I did. Now on my father's side of the family, everybody was mixed on that side, right? My grandfather and grandmother were both like directly mixed. My mother's side of the family, not as mixed, but they were darker skin. My grandfather was darker skin. My mom was a brown skin. My uncles were darker skin. They didn't treat me like that. They didn't make those jokes, but they did everything to prepare me for what they knew was coming. So maybe we had a different support system. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't hear those little jokes. I didn't hear the little light skin, or you weak for light skin. No, I had to do everything everybody else had to do. And I got, crap talked about me if I wasn't keeping up, but it wasn't light skin stuff. It was like, hey boy, you got to toughen up type stuff. You know what I'm saying? They knew what was out in the world waiting on me. You know what I'm saying? And they tried their best to prepare me for it. Maybe there's a difference there. I'm just trying to see and so I can relate to some of these things I'm hearing because I just, like I said, I'm just not jiving together. It's like, it's nothing against you guys. You guys are reacting to the environments that you come from. So I can't say that you wrong. I can't say that you weak and all this. I'm joining right in with that crap. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to understand where the differences might be and where we could all figure out what we need to feel better about ourselves, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Because it bothers me when I hear younger brothers. I'm a light skinned black guy. I'm not, like I said, directly mixed in that way. So maybe my experience is going to be very well, not maybe my experience is going to be very different from someone who is biracial. Though a lot of people mistake me for that, right? But I don't quite. I hear what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? I definitely hear what you're saying. And I just really want to understand. I didn't know if anybody else is coming up to the panel or not.
Well, yeah, it's definitely. I think
Well, yeah,
back then it was. I think y'all were coming out of the age where it was pretty much. I guess the '80s where the light skinned men were still somewhat in, and now it's like it's gotten to the point where when people see us, they pretty much associate us with that. It's not like back then when you had like the the barges or the princes that were pretty much the heartthrobs of that era. We
Yeah,
don't really
yeah.
have that nowadays. Like most of
Well,
the time, if you type us up, all you're going to see is a bunch of photos of dudes with their lips poked out or like a whole bunch of memes and stuff. So
well,
we don't really.
at a certain point, it's a thing of who are you as a man and what are you projecting outside of every other attribute associated with you. That all matters, but who are you as a man, right? Like with these stereotypes people want to put on me in the moment, it ain't happening, bro. Like I'll just bully you if I have to. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a small man, so people will try that crap with me. I don't know if you have cussing and stuff on your channel, so I'm trying to refrain. If I slip up, I'm sorry, but you ain't got to take that crap, man. You know, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to, fold in on yourself to satisfy the other people. You gonna get it whether or not. So you might as well just be an arrogant bastard because they gonna give you problems no matter what. You know what I'm saying? No matter what you do, no matter how humble you try and behave, they still gonna give you the same exact mess. You know what I really want to say? They gonna give you the same exact crap as you were if you were just a stereotypical light skinned arrogant bastard. So you might as well live it all the way out. Live it life to your fullest, bro. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff is bad for us. No, it ain't. They jealous of you. That's they jealousy and lack of confidence talking every time they come after y'all. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I'm washed up out the game. You know what I'm saying? I've been with the same woman for a long time. I'm not out here in the dating world. There's certain social things that y'all dealing with I'm never going to have to deal with because of my age and station in life. You know what I'm saying?
true.
But it's the stuff that is just, don't be humble, man. Own who you are. Be proud of who you are. That don't mean you got to hate anybody else. Just because dark skinned people come at me crazy don't mean I hate all dark skinned people. There's plenty of dark skinned
Right.
people that have helped
Right.
me in my life. They helped me get where I am in life. So no, it was a black thing. It wasn't a light skinned, dark skinned thing. It was let's get this money together. Or let me get you in this position so you can help me out at a later time. It's too much of this colorism stuff. I think a lot of it is a little I think it's a little hyperbolic at a certain point. You know what I'm saying? I think it gets a little hyperbolic and it gets to be defeatist because I don't know, man. Like I said, my experience, I don't think it's unique. I just think that sometimes you guys just stand up for yourself, man, because these people are going to try and run you over. And sometimes you might have to take an ass whooping. You know what I'm saying? But you just get back up and do what you got to do, man, because if you don't, they're going to run you over for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I agree. I I think that's another one of the problems. Like a lot of like we don't really just Well, the thing is, like when I'm vicious. Like I think at this point, when they be cracking those jokes, I think we need to crack them right back.
Oh, I crack right back, bro. I got mad dark skin jokes. It ain't no thing. You
But
know what I'm saying? I sound like the slave master's son, drinking some lemonade in the porch while you working. Don't play with me. I don't do that just starting off. But if you come at me like that, bro, we throwing them back.
and then
We
it's
gonna
like,
we gonna talk it back and forth, man. We playing the dozens at that point. Don't think you just gonna play me because I'm light skinned, homie. It ain't gonna work like that. I will talk about your mama. You
mm,
know, hey, just be ready to throw them hands because you tell a man this one got me in trouble plenty of time. Hey man, I'll take your mama out to a 5-star dinner and make a very nice breakfast. Boy, that would get you in trouble. Because the fucked up thing is, I'm sorry, I'm cussing. The messed up thing is you probably could.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? You
see,
probably could get with his mama. He know it. That's
yeah,
why he gonna be extra mad with you.
yeah,
Make
see
him
that
mad.
that's the thing. It's like they talk all that stuff, and then it's like when you clap back on them, then they get triggered.
Yeah, they will. But hey, you started with me. Look, man. Like I said, I don't. I'm down with black people, bro. But there's just certain ones that want to trip, and you got to deal with them folks the way you got to deal with them. Either they gonna learn, or they gonna get keep slapped upside their head until they learn. Don't try me. You shouldn't have tried me. Now you got everything coming back to you, man. Now after that, they won't be cool and never do that stuff again. We'll be all right.
Okay, what's going on, Black Man?
Oh,
Hey,
let me mute.
how's everything? You okay?
I'm good, man. Long time no see.
Oh yeah, I have been absent from Discord. I've been touch and go with YouTube because of time, and I got approved for a particular trip that we'll have to make, and that requires a lot of preparation. So I admit I've been busy. It's been hit and miss with everyone, and I'm even seeing some folks in the chat I haven't been able to see in a long time. But shouts out to all of you, and to the other guest. I'm sorry. Can I ask your name?
Yeah, man, just Uncle Gray Chin, man. Little name my niece gave me. I'm just rocking with that as my screen name now.
Okay, well that's fine. Glad to hear it. I saw you in the chat, but I wasn't sure if you were the same as the Uncle Gretchen in the chat. So
Oh yeah, that's me.
okay, all right, excellent. I came on and Brown and Page, thanks for being patient with me. Uncle Gretchen, I came on to answer your question because I believe you might have been a teen in the '80s. Am I right?
No, the 80. Well, yeah, we'll say yeah, close
Oh,
enough.
okay. Okay, fair enough then. So I was I was a teen in the '90s,
hmm
and so therefore I came up to give as a good an answer to your question as I possibly can, and I'm going to give an answer that is I will admit it is very regionally based. It's based in the southeastern U.S. and I'm not sure how different it is from where you grew up, but
Can I ask
one
one
thing.
disclaimer though before you get started? I am not
Sure.
judging y'all. I am not trying to one up anybody right now. I'm a little high right now, right? So I might be a little Mr. Jokey joke now and again, but I am not being judgy. I am not trying to do nothing against y'all right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just listening. Now I'm about to shut up and listen.
Well, I understand, and you made that clear a few minutes ago, and so that's why I felt comfortable coming on. Truth be told, I can't say I'm high, but truth be told, I'm getting very drowsy because it's early morning here, and I've been up all night. But you did make it clear that you were asking what it was you wanted to know, and so from my particular age group, because we're like a neighboring age group to you, I could tell you what I noticed because I had some friends that were older. When I was in the '80s, I was a kid, but some of my friends were preteens or teens. And so I had a chance to make some comparisons in between their behaviors and my own age group's behaviors, just maybe a few, like 2 or 3 years age difference. And what I saw was that in the '80s, people were somewhat toxic, but in the '90s, they got worse. Everything that you knew about in the '80s, everything you learned about that would help you to get through socially, no matter what your shade was, it would change in the 90s because the kids in the 90s had heard all of the stuff in the 80s. They'd seen all the movies. And so they already knew what it was, and they just stepped it up. So the real buttholes, the real jerks, they just stepped everything up. And so let's take the ones that were bullies. And that's the other thing. You and I came up, the word bullying meant something physical. It meant the presence of a physical threat or actual physical violence. Whereas now bullying is something that's
Anything.
verbal. And so when I came up, they switched it up. And the ones that were bullies, whether it was verbal or physical, the ones that were bullies didn't learn their lesson just because you stood up to them. You had to win, but you had to win without killing them and going to jail for the rest of your life as well. And they usually they knew who to mess with. They knew, okay, this guy's only going to beat me in a fight if he pulls a weapon before I see him. So since I'm big enough to where I don't need a weapon for him, I'm just going to toss him around and I'm going to do what I want to do to him, because the only way he's going to win is if he's willing to go to jail for life. So they my age group knew this stuff, and they made sure to carefully plan ahead how to get away with just being the worst possible person to people. And so when it came down to the colorism, that was something that if you were a light-skinned black man, or because when I was coming up, you had light-skinned black men and you had light-skinned race mixed men, or black admixed men. So you had kind of a balance of both. Whereas when you were coming up, it was mostly light-skinned black men, and then and nowadays it's mostly light-skinned multiracial or biracial men. I was right at that change, right at that transition. And when we were coming up, whichever one you were, the point was that people pretty much had the stereotypes in mind because, well, the stereotypes, the things that changed by that point. And then additionally, they could not be taught that that wasn't true unless you plan just as carefully how you're going to get even with someone, how you're going to teach them a lesson, but you don't kill them. And some guys were so bad that they could not learn these lessons. You couldn't just put a sock. I'm sorry, you couldn't take a padlock, put it in the sock, go upside the head, and they didn't see it coming in, and they learned their lesson. They weren't capable of that. You went upside the head and taught them a lesson, and they just said, okay, well, see, now I got to come back with a bigger weapon because I cannot let this guy win. And I can't learn the lesson. I can't let him win. I have to remain the bully. I can't learn not to be the bully. And
That's
so,
why bricks fly out from undisclosed locations where you can't be seen right upside somebody's head. And if I got knew it was you, I'm sorry. Continue, bro. I was trying to break it up.
and the truth be told, that's I did learn that. Fortunately, I had some people that had my back, and when I realized that the arguments I was getting into were based on people just looking for an easy fight, it really wasn't about the subjects about which they were arguing. I was fortunate that I had some elders and some advisors to teach me things. So I myself learned how to be I'm not an expert fighter, especially now, but I learned how to be a much better fighter than I look like. I learned how to use things, the tools, we could say. I learned how to catch people off guard. I learned where the cameras were. I was lucky that I learned that. But what you're hearing is that a lot of these younger guys, they came up without the benefits of this. So they had to face extra toxicity. But all the advice they got was outdated. It was for the 90s, but it wasn't going to work. I mean, it was for the 80s, but it wasn't going to work in the 90s where they were at that time having to grow up through this BS. And then here's the main thing, and then I'm going to shut up.
Very fair point.
The main thing that made it worse than that was that when they would ask, why am I being extra scrutinized? Nobody would tell them what it was. A lot of guys were not told, you're being extra scrutinized, not because you're a better reader, not because you're actually smarter and nothing like that. You're being scrutinized because you look stereotypically like you're a better reader and you're smarter. Because the guys that are stereotyping you and the women that are stereotyping you watch the Tarzan movies and they believe that that's how they're supposed to be. And you don't look like that, nor do you act like it. No one was explaining this to them, or rather I should say us. I didn't know what it was until I was 18, until right after I had my last fist fight. It was on a Thursday. I remember I got suspended for that Friday and the following Monday, but I went to some of the guys' houses that did help me out. Some of the ones that came and covered my back and side so that I didn't get taken from the side or behind. And I went to their houses because it was a small school and we knew where each other lived. I went to their houses to thank them. And one of them, I said to him, I don't know why it is that I catch this stuff and people want to argue with me about stuff they don't even argue about in most of their lives. But I mean, this time I was going to teach this dude a lesson. I don't care why he did it. People going to learn to stop doing it. And this friend of mine said, oh, it's because you're not black. And when I said, "What do you mean I'm not black?" Of course I am. He said, "I mean you're not black. You're not as black as he is. That's what I mean. Yeah, I know you're black, but he was the first one to explain it. And even then, um, it was another. Let's see, I was 18 at that point, so it was another 6 years before a lady explained to me that I was being treated differently by black women because of the same thing. So this is after years of being told that it was something I was doing, or and other guys being told, well, it's something you're doing or you're not doing. So in other words, I'm just saying we were lied to and gaslit about what it was, and that's what you're hearing. And thanks for being patient while I try to explain it all.
No
Oh,
problem at all, sir.
oh, okay. So we got AMR and Hybrid here. So how y'all doing, fellas?
I'm doing good. About yourself?
I'm all right.
right.
I was just I got carried away with something there. Sorry.
What's
Go
going
for it.
on, gentlemen?
Okay. So what do
What's
y'all
going
have
on,
to
Black
add?
Mind?
What do you have to add to it, AMR?
Oh, man, I'm like, yeah, it's a whole. I'm like, yeah, it's a whole lot that I could add into it. I mean, because I'm pretty sure y'all saw the video that I did last night. Again, sort of responding to Caesar.
I started watching. I didn't get to finish it all, but I will tonight.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't see it. They haven't really been giving me notifications like that.
Yeah, that's strange. But I was responding to him. Again, in regards to his video, which was, it was on a positive note, and again, like he gave his, background and stuff like that. Again, how he was coming up and what he wants and the benefits that, I won't say benefits, but still, like what is the significance of MLS people or golden people should be. And because, at that time, him coming up in an era where, especially if you in the urban or hood or the hood environment, you grow up where the men and the women are competing with one another instead of collaborating with one another, and not always for positive reasons, where they gotta up one. Yeah, one has to outdo the other.
Yeah, I've
And
seen that a lot.
yeah, and for me, I was saying, hey, I came up in a two-parent household when, unfortunately for me, again, I was able to live in multiple different places, states, cities, or what have you. And a lot of what was touched on here, I myself had to experience this, especially living down south.
Oh yeah, the South is the worst from what I've heard.
I'm
Yeah,
from the north, so that's a whole different experience right there.
Vouch for
right.
that. The South is terrible. Absolutely, I can vouch for that.
Yes.
Yeah, the regional difference I know is worse down south. Even I know that.
Yeah,
It's and that's and again, and even though I didn't really get a chance to say, a whole lot of what I really wanted to say, and one of them is this, it just seems as though it's like, when we come up, again, in certain environments to where it's like you're either given a choice to either follow in someone's footsteps or you learn from their mistakes. And I've always been the type to whether it's like, okay, I'm going to learn from my mistakes or someone else's mistakes, so I won't have to make them
Yeah,
myself,
I
even if
totally
I do.
agree with those notions.
true.
And,
Yeah.
I do
and
both.
even if I do, I consider that a learning experience. It's like may not be an L physically, but in your mental, spiritually, and emotional stance. Yeah. And I didn't have, again, like necessary. I mean, there were times where it's like, I couldn't necessarily just go out and be by myself without somebody hassling me over stuff that I had no control over. Like, oh, they see me and it's like, oh, well, you got green eyes or hazel eyes. So I was subjected to being a sort of a target.
Yeah, and you look more biracial too.
Yeah.
You're pretty light, but your
Well,
skin complexion is light.
well, from where
Right.
I'm from, like a lot of like light skinned men, we get it. But the more racially ambiguous you are, the harder the time you're going to have, especially if you have colored eye. that just means
yeah.
that you're going to get tested more.
You
Yeah,
get tested by a lot of different people, not just black folk.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
most
yeah,
definitely.
and white people, yeah.
That's what I was also gonna. That's been my. That's also been my experience. It wasn't just one particular people. I was messed with by everybody.
Well, around in my region, I got it from Latinos, Arabs, and black folks, and some of the white boys from across 8 Mile to try me. I'm like, yo, what is this? So yeah, I know what y'all talking about.
Yeah,
Well, I didn't really like where I'm from is pretty much all black. Like I didn't really deal with white people until like my later years. I never really like, even on my football teams, like it was pretty much black people that I was around practically my whole life. I was never really, to be honest with you, I was around Latinos more than I was around white people per se.
One thing
Yeah.
about when other people test us is that I've come to understand it much like, and I'm not going to say when black people, but because a lot of them don't do this, but when ICSH test us that are black, I've come to understand that similar to when people that are not black at all test us, a lot of times, the younger they are, the more this is the case. A lot of times it's subconscious. They don't know why they feel comfortable doing it. And as they get older, they realize they're more conscious of why they feel comfortable doing it. But I saw across the board, at least in up into the teens, a lot of them didn't even know why they felt comfortable testing you. They weren't aware of what was going on in their own mind that made them say, I just feel comfortable testing this guy.
Right.
So it's kind of hard to knock sense into them when they don't even fully understand why they're doing it. So, I mean, even if you could teach one of them not to do this, not to cross these lines they knew not to cross with others, the problem is that they couldn't learn from that butt whooping or from that injury to the head. Okay, the next guy that comes along and looks the same way, don't test him either because you misjudged the last guy because they weren't aware they were doing it.
Well, for clarification, it's not just a physical test, right? It's also the mental abuse, the constantly everything to demean you or degrade you or make you feel less than, right?
Mhm.
Whether it's directly about your color, it's about how good you're doing in class, and you some sort of, what they call us back in the day. It wasn't nerd or geek. It was something I can't think of what it is. It's I'm a little gone, but
Was it egghead?
no. Basically, anything you were good at, they had to knock you down about it. They had to make it less than. They weren't talented in it, right? The people who are bothering you, but you were the worst at it when they never even could do it. Or if you were in the gifted classes, they would try to make fun of you for being smart. And I'm like, how the hell are you gonna make fun of me for being smart, right? Quote unquote. I see people who are successful adults when I'm a child, and ain't nobody making fun of them when they go to work and make that money and make them big checks or whatever it is they're doing. Nobody makes fun of them. So how's that funny in elementary school? I didn't understand that. I was a wise ass. Okay, I had too many older people around me when I was younger, listening to them, and some of the stuff I heard kids my age talking about sounded silly as hell. You know what I'm saying? Now that I'm older, I'm back to being a real dummy. But please clap.
Well, you know what?
I'm rambling. Hey, if I start rambling, shut me down, man. Because I'm telling you, I'm gone right now. Help me.
But you know what though? I actually have. Hold on, I actually have a clapping sound effect, and I'm going to see if you can hear it. Yeah, give me a moment. Tell me if this comes through. Oops, sorry, no.
I had a point and I lost it.
Okay.
Okay.
Did a clapping sound effect come through?
Yeah.
We heard it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
all right,
Hybrid.
all right.
So what do you have to bring to the discussion, Hybrid?
I don't know. I was just waiting maybe to hear something, to hear a cue where I can jump in and maybe add something. But
Well, hop on in, man.
no, I had come. Oh, I had just come for the topic. I mean, I just did a video about it the other day, right? I've talked about the stereotypes before. I've talked about when they started, right? I talked about how they used to be the opposite, like how it was light-skinned men used to be seen as more masculine not that long ago, right? Like before the 70s, anyways. Yeah, before 80s, yeah, before the 80s.
We were at the forefront of any movement, overly represented in the higher or upper echelons of society, as far as black people, it was a lot of lighter skinned black people who were very well educated and well to do. That was sort of the
But
stereotype because we had opportunity where others may not, due to colorism,
well,
due to
not
the
even just that. I mean,
acceptance of.
not even just that. Way before that. And damn,
We
I'm
got
sorry.
preferential treatment. My great grandmother definitely got it.
Yeah.
They have yeah, I'm sure they have benefits.
Yeah, but my question is, what happened? What?
Oh, okay. Sorry, never mind. Yeah, I lost myself again. Sorry. Okay. Oh yeah. So like, but like I'm talking like a couple hundred years ago. A couple hundred years ago, yeah, it would be the opposite. We were seen as more of a threat and more masculine because dark skinned people were seen as more servile. Like they were servile for a longer time, right? They were much more like even like at the end of the war, for example, the end of the Civil War, for example, like there was a lot of black slaves who were still like in love with their masters and they felt sorry for them and would slave for nothing, or we were more worried about their master and would like they still stuck around as if they were slaves. They didn't even leave, right? Whereas the light skinned men, especially and our mulattoes, were always the more hostile, always the more wouldn't stay in their place, right? We
Not Turner.
We wouldn't stay in their place. Would like right? We were much less accepted our place in that hierarchy. Yeah.
Well, I think back then a lot of white slave masters were they were more worried about us because they were afraid of us coming in with pretty much the privileges back then and using it to usurp them. So I think in a way they kind of have a lot to do with this too.
Well, they wouldn't give you them if they thought you're more likely to do that. I mean, are they necessarily privileged? Well, let's look at this. Basically, I guess dark skins were seen more for they were seen better for like physical labor, right? And light skins were seen better for intellectual labor. That's basically, that's a very large generalization, but that's was a stereotype, and that was what the real colorism was based off. That's what real colorism was. It affected
The proximity the closer your proximity to whiteness, the better you were considered to be as a human.
Intelligent,
right? Yeah. I mean, it's a sliding scale there. It's
Yeah. That's kind of how they seen that. But that was the real colorism. It wasn't about looks. Now it's like they're talking about like their looks. It's not really. But that's not really what it was about back then.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But then again, though, but then aside from all of that, nowadays in the modern world, we're being, used as memes for insults and for something that us individually didn't do, but they'll just paint a group, just a group of people, regardless of shade, being like, oh, this is what. I mean, you look at the TikTok videos. I mean, hell, there was a dude that was outside that was out in the football field that was like, oh, this is how, MLS men or light-skinned men prepare for football training.
Yeah, but it's mostly that black men perpetuating that. Like,
yes. Who's portraying the roles that we're supposed to be?
As a mate guarding strategy, it is to give us a negative image for women. They're trying to belittle us. They're trying to like degrade us.
Yes.
And they do
with the cosign that,
and they do it collectively because they get them into it. They make jokes and they try to get them into. They almost shame them if they're with one. Like the idea that, oh, what are you doing with that? Like they create the whole narrative themselves.
I'm just saying, who's the one in the tutu with the lipstick on, with the butt sticking out, talking about this is what light skinned cats do? But you doing it right now in the video. We all see you. I'm not doing that. I'm looking at you doing it.
It was just
around the beige though. When I first hopped on your panel when I hopped on your panel for the first time, right? And we was talking about what's that dude's name? The Lil Nas. Yeah, Lil Nas X. Yeah. We was talking about him a little bit, and I had said it's funny how the stereotypical, arguments that they use to talk about us, but yeah, he's a prime example of it. But I had said, if it was like, let's say, someone like The Weeknd, that we would never hear the end of it. It's like they'll take, a mountain out of a molehill regarding us and would just make it a lot bigger than what it actually is. And that's where I'm just like, okay, you know what, I'm like, unfortunately, it's like they still gonna continue riding this gravy train, either out of reaction and just trying to like make us seem, because again, they're already seen as undesirable, but they want to make us undesirable based off of what they think we act or how we should go about as being human beings.
Well, if you look at it, I mean, have things really changed? Because they would. I mean, there is an argument I've heard people will say something like that. Look, dark skinned black men dominate. Like a lot of the sports, and because they would say like they're still the field Negroes, right? They're still doing the physical exercise. Yet, if you look at in the education, light skinned men, we tend to be doing a lot better than dark skinned men.
Well, I'd like to add a little nuance. In my experience, and maybe it's because of age category, I don't get much colorism from dark-skinned men who are well-to-do, who are doing something with their lives, who have other things to be concerned about. Typically, I get the colorism stuff from guys who are less educated and or don't make a lot of money or none at all because they don't work. They have to hyper-fixate on the things where they can find some sort of advantage over you because they don't really have an advantage over you in life, right? People who are doing good or better than you, typically, in my experience, these are my anecdotes, I ain't never felt that there. I always feel it when I go back to the hood. I'm around folks who ain't doing nothing in life. Then they hyperfixate on stupid stuff like that really doesn't matter in the real world, right? It's with your skill and what you have to sell to the world. The package it come in becomes less and less of value the more you know and the more you have to offer, right? When you have nothing to offer the world, then colorism is something you're going to start leaning on and make excuses on why you ain't winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
I can say the same experience. I've seen it vary based on two things. And one of them, as you said, is education and station in life. I'm not going to necessarily say just money, but education and overall station, just how responsible they are. And then the other thing I've seen correlate to them doing that is either a weak or an absent relationship with their dads. In other words, the more dominant the mother is and the more recessive the dad is in their life, if he's there at all, then the more likely I see them observe them being to make jokes and really take seriously these colorist stereotypes.
I grew up in a 2-parent home as well. I don't want to be biased though. I agree with you, but I think we had a certain bias if we grew up in 2-parent homes or had a lot of strong male figures in our lives. Mm-hmm. That some cats may not have. And I don't want to say, well, you ain't no man if you just live with your mama. I don't want to go out on a limb and say that.
Exactly. It's just a correlation that I myself have noticed. And then like you, I don't think anybody in here really wants to blame somebody whose dad just wasn't there. It's just that unfortunately when dad's not there, or if he's just not that much of an influence, then and again, I'm going to admit that I'm saying this for the Southeast too. That's when I've seen them be focused more on it in a serious context, not just a few jokes and they can take it as well as they dish it out, but in a serious context of actually believing the stereotypes. Those are the two things I've seen correlate, even though I don't blame them for what their dad did or did not do for them.
Well, I think a lot of people are taking them seriously. Like if you keep repeating and repeating stuff, eventually people are going to believe it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of young MLS boys believe this stuff too themselves.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what I said. Like a lot of times with a lot of these like memes and stuff, it's getting to the point now where the younger MLS males are literally hopping in and degrading themselves.
Yeah.
And
then it's like,
and if you don't have, and again, and even with that, again, and then you add that to the of course, you know, the Kwame Brown arguments of the world. Like blaming phenotypes as to why you didn't succeed in life. I mean, you sort of succeeded, but the MLS men didn't do anything to you, or MLS people
Well,
didn't do anything to you.
they claim we have privilege, but at least in my case, it's not a privilege I can control, right?
Yeah.
In my career path,
It's a bad thing. It's an advantage.
right. I'm a construction worker, and when I was an apprentice, I always got placed way out in suburban and rural areas where some of my darker skinned counterparts were in the inner city. They worked on those big jobs, were in the inner city and things of that sort. I worked a lot of school jobs or small factory jobs or more commercial work over the heavier, nastier industrial work, right? Because for some reason I was seen a certain way in comparison to these other guys, right? Maybe it was that weak stereotype working to my advantage at some point, right? I was given more technical things to do over just hitting everything with the heaviest pipe wrenches and impact guns ever at the refineries or the blast furnaces, right? So that was an advantage across my career that I enjoyed, right? But I never really would say it out in public. I would never say it in the form, other than a forum like this. I would never say that to anybody. It's definitely an advantage. I've gotten better jobs over time. Had the same skill set as another guy. I'll get the job where he wouldn't, and this happened numerous times. There is some truth to it. I mean, the exact same skill set, the exact same years in.
How would you measure that, though?
By certifications, by our job experience, the hours worked. My career, all my hours have been recorded and where I've worked for the entire 23 years.
Well, how do you know it's not like there's a personality difference, or looking at you, seeing if you're going to be more compatible with the workers that are in that place?
It has happened numerous times across my career. People who've had more experience than me not gotten the job.
Okay, well, that never happened to me as far as I've seen, but yeah, that never happened to me.
I'm saying these are all anecdotes. I'm not saying this is everyone's experience, right? I'm just saying this is what I've experienced and how I've lived my life. I'm not college educated to the degree level. I went to a couple years of school. I got greedy and went into construction. I want the money now, so to speak, right? Foolish on my part as an older man looking back. Foolish move to make, but one I got to live with, right? But across my career, it's been an advantage.
Oh, what I was saying is, like, how do you measure that? Like, how do you know?
You can't quantify something like that outside. Like I said, you can't quantify an anecdote.
And that's why I find it. That's I mean, it's
okay.
This is an anecdote.
I don't know if you. Yeah, I don't know if you could know. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't know if you could know it.
Well, that's what we were discussing at the onset. I'm saying there's things that I hear people complain about that I don't go through. And this is me trying to understand. I'm just about back and forth of the differences of our experiences, right? Yeah. That's the exchange here.
Yeah.
Okay. Gentlemen?
So AMR, have you had any instances where you felt like your skin color got you anywhere?
Yes and no. With the and even I'm gonna explain that, again, with certain yes, with the yes, because I'm not, because again, like, I pretty much had to, like, learn as I go, right? Again, I didn't go to a college or a university either, but I did, attend a couple of vocational schools and went to trade school. I did do that. But then there was some things that even my family taught me at an early age, how to cut grass and how to cut grass and even how to fix certain machine operated stuff. And even the jobs that I would get, hell, even at the warehouse, you know, I wasn't necessarily highly experted in that, but I learned that. But then I was learning as I go. And even when I worked for the post office, you know, again, I ended up, you know, coming up as being one out of 3 or 1 out of 5 to really score high on the assessment. You could say, oh well, some people would look at it and say, oh well, that ain't anybody could have done it. Yeah, but still, for me, I took that as, you know, pretty much as an accomplishment.
It
Now,
is
where
an
the no,
accomplishment.
yeah, it is. But where the no comes in, it's again like I can, you know, again try to apply for the same job that somebody else who I know who has had experience making a lot more money than I was making. You know, I can do the same type of work that they do, and somehow it's like I had to pretty much go above and beyond just to prove that I am what I say I am, and still I wasn't getting it. Like they still wouldn't even let me through the door.
Wow.
And yeah, and so and then that was just like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, it's disappointing, and then there's part of me that will sort of take things. It's like, all right, well, don't think it's the end of the world, but in order to succeed, you got to know how it is to not succeed. And in order for me to be happy, you got to have disappointments. And going back to disappointments, you know, for me, like, cause I suffer from depression.
Okay.
And there may be times where, you know, yeah, 1 minute I can be like, yeah, you know, I'm in, but then next minute I just gotta have some by myself time. Like I don't want to be
Right.
bothered with it.
Exactly.
And where it's like I've gotta alienate myself from civilization for a little bit, then maybe I'll feel better.
Well, may I ask a
But then
question?
what's that?
Can I ask a question?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Are you able to seek treatment? Is it a choice not to, or is it an issue? I'm not.
Oh,
I'm trying to handle it delicately. Therapy
yeah, I can
does work.
definitely.
If you can get some therapy, I'd give it a shot if you haven't already. Because I
Oh yeah.
experienced the same thing you're talking about. Like I said, I'm not here to judge anybody. I've experienced depression as well, and I saw therapy, and it did help me. And I didn't have to take any medication. I just needed somebody to relate some things to, a
Yeah.
professional.
Sometimes it definitely helps to just let it all out a lot of time.
Don't
Yeah.
be opposed to therapy. It can help you. It's not, it's I don't, I don't know. I'm just making some assumptions, right? But I really am just saying it's okay to get therapy. Or I
And
just
you
be
know,
talking out the side of
and
my
in a way,
neck if you already have.
and in a way, I'm glad that was brought up because yes, I have seen therapy, but then even if I were to, let's say, make an appointment, you know, let's today or tomorrow, um, and I go and, you know, talk to this therapist about, you know, like what is it like being me, or pretty much, you know, like just walk a mile in my shoes.
Mm.
And it's like they don't, it's like for some there's some things that they're willing to touch on, but then there's things that I feel that like they won't. And I don't know why, you know, again, that they wouldn't necessarily do that because they might believe that it's triggering, or they just want to keep it a little too PC.
Right.
But then it's like, you know, well, and I'm like, well, I'm not the one with the certification. You know, I didn't go to school for this. They did.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm. There's
and
certain subjects. I've been through a couple therapists. Again, our experiences have parallels.
it's like, you know, again, there's times where it's like, you know what, I would want them to, you know, again, to sort of ask me, well, what is it like, you know, again, to be, you know, considered a MLS man or light skin or what have you.
So you need the golden therapist.
Yeah,
That ain't a bad idea.
yeah. And if
Just
I
having
can't
a
have a
black
gold,
therapist is a different experience than having a white one. But someone who actually has had our nuanced experience would be helpful to us when either side of those, the black or the white person doesn't fully understand our unique experience. It's still, even with our age gap, it's still there.
and don't get me wrong. I mean, yeah, I got friends from, or people who I'm cool with from all nationalities, and even, again, even with the monoracial, even with the monoracial ones, I just feel like, they wouldn't. Well, I think it's like y'all, y'all can ask these questions, but when I try to explain it, you can still, I'm still getting that type of, treatment where it's like y'all still don't necessarily fully understand.
Exactly.
Even if you explain it, it's like you're taking it as either I'm playing victim or I'm just complaining. And I'm like, these are not complaints. This isn't me crying or whining at all. This is my story and I want to tell it.
Or
Well,
you
this is
need
why I think these spaces are good, because we can sit back and have talks like this, not necessarily against anyone else. Sometimes that's not what matters. It's about our mental health and our outlook on life. And sometimes you need to talk to someone who's had a shared experience with you. We don't have to talk about everybody else. What's going on with you, man? And how can I help you through, if it's even possible for me to do so, how can I help you? That's a community that needs to be built. Not necessarily, I'm probably going off on a tangent here, but one that's more positive would be more beneficial, far more than one that deals with the drama. Right? A positive place for us where we can, not necessarily therapy, but have somebody to talk to. That's better to me than getting into a lot of this negativity I see. You know what I'm saying? It's pointless. It does no one any good in the long run.
Yeah, I agree.
I've been hovering around these spaces for a while, but with all the stuff going on, I don't want to dip my toe. Something like this, I'm more interested in. Right? It's not drama. It's not action packed. It's not going to get the oohs and ahs, but I think we could walk away from this conversation, at least I will, with a better understanding of what the younger cats are going through. And this may help me out here in the real world relate to a guy. Okay, now I see what's going on. I talk to these brothers over here. Let me see if I can talk to this young man and understand what he's going through.
It's like, it's like doing like just being me. And it's like, even when I go out and even try to interact with people, it's just like, for some reason, I still feel like I'm the odd, sort of like the odd one out. Mm-hmm. In comparisons to everyone else.
Well,
like my presence is there, but I feel invisible.
Gotcha. In my younger years, I think there was an aspect of me that was that way, but I had people kind of force me out of it. I think when I was younger, I was a lot more introverted, but people always wanted to go somewhere. Hey, take me with them, this, that, and the other. I kind of got dragged around into stuff where I kind of came out of my shell at a certain point because I was kind of forced to, whether I liked it or not. So my experience there may have been a little different, but I understand where you're coming from. And I think left to my own devices, I'll still be that way, right? Without anybody bothering me, I'm probably introverted as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like my lady's very outgoing and wants to drag me around. And I just, maybe I'm playing or maybe I'm an imposter, being as social as I am. I don't know. Right. But I definitely hear what you're saying. And I have gone through those as well. I didn't mean to
mean,
cut you off. I'm sorry.
It's all good. And even people from the outside looking in, hell, even with the distractions coming in, and it's like even with the distractions, yeah, they're gonna come into play,
Right.
regardless. But it's like it's like I gotta have something like a mechanism to offset it to where I want to be put back on an even keel.
Mm-hmm.
If you get put back on an even keel, then you'll think straight, and it will steer you clear from the opposite wrong side of thinking.
Right.
And so for the most part, again, hell, even being, again, a MLS man, it has this, again, it's a positive, and you have some, negatives about it, which in the negatives you can't always help. That's what you was
Yeah.
just born with. There's negatives that comes with a lot of other things, and they can't help it as well as I can't help it. But you learn how to cope with it and accept it. Maybe not all of it, but just certain things to where you will use it as fuel.
Yeah. Be silently vindictive. I've gotten people fired before. They tried me. Not everything has to be a fist fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I found out you wasn't keeping that car note up. Hey, he parked it over here.
Right.
I'm dirty, man. I get you back. Don't let me find out nothing about you. I get you back. I'm not gonna start it, but I'm gonna get you back.
Oh yeah, and a hybrid. I did see the video that you did today about the the stereotypical men. Again making women lose their femininity, and I was like, you know what, those type of guys, they do. And even when I was Melody, hearing her and the things that she was saying, I'm like, oh my God, they didn't really got you out of character.
Yeah, because you know how she is, right? It's like
Mm.
it was awkward to see her even that like upset like that.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
think
even when when Multi and Gigi said, like, yeah, there are times, yeah, like I never seen you mad, or seen you upset. I'm like, well, I've been mad and upset, but I just don't show it while I do videos or while I do streams or anything like that. Not to the point to where where I just see red.
Well, I'm not really like that either, but I try not to be, because sometimes when I do get to that point, it can get kind of ugly.
And even it's like it's like they don't like being called animals, but they want to call us animals. But yet when we show that side of the animal characteristic, the traits that we have about us, let alone as humans, then all of a sudden they'll still use that as a tool to attack us for no fair reason at all. It's just always going to revert back to something that they just want to put you in a box on.
Mm-hmm.
May I ask who Melody is? I don't know who that is. Melody Speaks. I've never seen her before.
Sweet Melody Speaks, isn't it?
Now
Oh my God. Multi. Why Multi? I knew that she was just gonna come over here as soon as I start talking. There she go.
Well, hey, Mark,
I'm saying right now, I don't want no smoke. I ain't come here for no smoke. So whatever it is y'all about to get into, I don't want no smoke.
No, she's messing with me.
And Mark, he don't get mad. We just roast people too. we we just roast people to the point where
Yeah,
they can't even.
yeah.
We
It's
roast
like they
them.
want to say something, but then they realize, okay, your insults or what have you, it's like it really doesn't necessarily apply.
Every time a cat tell me, you ain't even that light skinned, my light skin power level go up by 1,000. Oh, I ain't me. You see my picture? Oh, I'm not. Oh, all right. Let me get right in you. Yeah. I'll hold my tongue, but yeah, as soon as I hear that, man, my power level go up. I'm like, oh, really?
I love hearing people say that like that.
Right. You like, man, real for real? For real? Oh, okay.
Like the gatekeeper or something. Like they got a staff or something who's like, thou shall not pass.
Oh, it's always a dark skinned cat. Go tell us who is light skinned and who ain't. How you go? And I love the term. How you gonna tell us what's going on from outside the club? The hell you talking about? How you gonna gatekeep what the hell we are what we ain't? Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. God dang.
But okay, but then it's like, how come you never hear people say, well, you ain't that dark skinned to be saying
right? No, you start talking about parts of the ass is ashy, then they want to get mad with you. No, you started up with me. Soot foot ass. Get out of here.
Oh man.
Or they'll be so quick to probably use something real, like the real feminine insult is like, or go look in the mirror or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, wasn't that what your so and so was doing?
Right.
Make sure she's ready.
I seen your woman looking at me, bro. I know why you mad. She look at me and see how her life would be better, and now she upset with you. Don't be mad with me because you a failure. It's many ways to attack it, bro. Many ways to attack it.
Right.
See, by saying his woman sees him as less than a man in your presence, you can take that wherever you want.
And even when the women, and even when they jump on the we gotta chime in and also help them throw shade.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God. Like,
well, you just talk about, it's a bald head ass horse out here, and various other insults to a hair hat, because typically that's what's going on. That's the situation. Is somebody else's hair involved? I mean, come on, man. These jokes write themselves.
Yeah.
Don't let them come at you crazy, man, without something. Cause look them up and down. Be like, yeah, mm-hmm. Say something. I'm gonna tear your ass up. Say something, please. Cause some folks, they deserve it. They go around talking about light skinned folks too much because they're too arrogant and too quick with it. Oh, you've been doing this a lot. Let me go and tuck you in right quick.
Maybe it's time for them to go to sleep.
Right.
It's time for bed.
You may try another, but you won't try me again.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Where that comes from is also, like I said, I've been a construction worker for over 20 years. Bro, we're brutal to each other. You know what I'm saying? I've been called all kind of B's and MFs, and I ain't even in the gate on the job yet. You understand? And understand, I'm throwing them back. It ain't like it's one way. You know what I'm saying? So I carry that sort of attitude out in the world with me. And people think I'm rude as hell. But it's like, no, I'm very nice until you start something up with me. And then I'm with it. Why you mad that I'm with it? Oh, you thought you was going to say everything you wanted to say, and I'm just going to put my head down and poke my lip out. Nah, son. I'm going to talk to you from the top of the nap on your head to them calluses to the bottom of your feet and everything in between.
And then they be ready to fight then.
Oh, they going to have to. Go ahead. Act a damn fool, and I'm gonna call the police on you. It's a wild one over here, and he got a gun. Help me! I'm almost Caucasian. Help! You'd be surprised they get there quicker than you think.
Yeah.
I live in the suburbs, bro. Act a fool. Act a fool. I will call police on you. I don't mind. Because I ain't with that silly stuff in my life, bro. You know what I'm saying? Had you just been chill, we would have never had a problem. Right?
Right.
Don't crack on me and think I'm gonna hush. Everything ain't a fist fight.
And you know what? And that's what really be getting me, you know, again, it's like that, you know, that passive aggressive kind of behavior that they bring on to us.
Some cats think they got something to prove to you. They just don't realize it.
Right.
Remember, you ain't that light skinned. What is that really? I need to knock you down a peg to my level because I ain't capable of getting up to your level. Right? That's the notion, whether it's true or not. That's where that shit comes from. All you gotta do is play it. When somebody want to play that game with them. Be the thing they think you are. In that moment, be the thing they think you are. You'll come out feeling good every time.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, you gotta go DBZ light skin on them. You gotta go
right.
Power up, have the little yellow sparks.
I'm saying, man, certain terms, straighten my back up, stick my chin higher in the air. Oh, that's what you think this is? Ooh.
Okay, what's up, Tor LA?
What's up, man? You guys can hear me?
Yo.
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
What's going on? It's been a minute since I've been up. How y'all been, man?
I'm sorry, I got mute for a second.
I gotta go start my stream. Yeah. So
already then. I appreciate you being
Bye,
on.
guys. No, thanks.
No problem. But yeah, though, it's just like you try to stay sucker free in the land of lollipops.
There you go.
And sometimes, you know, even that sweet smell of a lollipop, you know, again, it evaporates in the air, and then, you know, you just get a good taste or a good whiff of it. It's like, yeah, you like lollipops, but not necessarily in the way that they would want you to enjoy it, you know.
Hey, man. All we gotta do is look up to the great light-skinned heroes before us, right? James Earl Jones. Come on, y'all, help me out. Come on. Y'all know him.
Yeah. Hell, you got Harry Belafonte. You got Gregory Hines.
There you go.
You know, Malcolm X.
Right.
B. Du Bois.
Yeah,
that's right. You said it right too.
Nat Turner.
Thurgood Marshall.
Frederick Douglass.
Huey P. Newton.
What do all these men have in common? You know their name. There was some greatness attached to them.
Oh yeah.
When these fools talking that mess to you, you got all these people to look up to. Not just the men. There's women out there too. I'm fried right now, so my thinker ain't working too good. But there's people out there that came before us that have let us a legacy. Don't let these people talk to you crazy. I think that's the message I can leave y'all with. Now, don't just come out the gate on somebody trying to put your foot in their ass and they ain't did nothing to you, right? But if somebody come messing with you, give them everything you got. Kitchen sink, hairspray bottle, the dog.
What is coming at?
Damn.
So Tori, like, what do you have to add to the conversation, man?
No, I mean, yeah, man. I remember you posted a few weeks ago about this topic, and like, yeah, man, like, as golden men, we gotta like step up to the plate and advocate for ourselves. I like what Uncle Gray Chin was talking about, but on the real, but yeah, man, like, I get where AMR is coming from. I get where Gray Chin is coming from, but you know what I'm saying, like, um, we gotta carry ourselves better, present ourselves in a better manner wherever we step out and go places, man, because people are always gonna try to stereotype you no matter where we go. You see this even with other races, but we always gonna get stereotyped no matter what. I know what it's like to be like sometimes the outcast, like AMR was talking about. I know exactly what he was talking about. And I was saying in the comment section, what I'm saying, like, when I'm at work or when I'm out and about, man, like, and I see a golden dude, man, I always say what's up. I always greet with a smile, man, because I know what it feels like to be the outcast, because we're not always, included. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I do that too. I'll be doing that too.
I always say what's up to the Golden Brothers in the break room, because there's only a few of us on my job in the places I be going. So you know what I'm saying, like, I always say what's up to them and like make sure they all right, and not no homo, but making sure they 100. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like, you gotta show that unity. Like, you're not gonna be I'm not gonna leave you out here by yourself. Everybody else can, show love to their own kind, but what about us? You know what I'm saying?
I think that's where the issue comes in. A lot of people be thinking, like, if they see too many of us, that we trying to bring back some blue vein society or something.
Man,
Why not?
Or some type of boule, or we're a part of a boule or something.
Why shouldn't we be?
Man, screw them, man. No, on a real scale, like some real shit, screw them, man. Because everybody else can show love to their own kind, and nobody says anything. What about
Here's the thing, man. Us showing love to each other is not hate of other people.
Yeah, exactly.
You understand? That's the problem, and that's what people get mixed up. It ain't gotta be based in hate or nothing else. It's you want a community, you want something positive for us who want to be in this circle or whatever, or this group or whatever you want to call it. It's for that. It's for positivity. The moment you enter negativity in it, that's when it's gonna fall to pieces.
And like, I've heard of like, other manosphere spaces, and like, even through like the military stuff like that. Yo, man, communities and stuff like that, empires, whatever you want to use, whatever example you want to use, it all starts with the men, man. It starts with the men connecting with one another, relating to one another, learn to work together, and do things together. So, it's always starts with the men. Like, I understand the women, they have their issues and stuff like that, but the foundation.
Well, I guess that's where I'm gonna be the outcast, gentlemen. I got to have ladies around. I got to have some ladies. I can't just look at y'all all day.
No, I know. I love women too. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying. But I'm saying, like, the foundation just starts with the men, and then the men and the women. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All jokes aside, I'm not a manosphere guy, right? Like, there are some things where I differ from a lot of other people outside of just my color. Like, I'm a weird cat. Not no weird sexual stuff, but I have some views that are different than other people's, we'll say. And I think not including women in building things is where we make a lot of mistakes and create unnecessary divisions, right? Women are perfectly capable of being logical when not given the type of guff that they get elsewhere, right? I work with a lot of different women. I'm able to get along with women because I treat them as people, not as something different. Look, what you do in your home and what you do out in the world, you need a team of people. You need the best ideas from who you can get them from. And I don't give a crap what color they are, how they identify, with gender. I don't care about none of that. What do you have to offer to the world that's positive, right? Now, as regards to us and our experience and being, lighter skinned, biracial, however we fall in that category, we can talk about that. But I don't like being divisive because I don't think it helps us. I don't.
No. I'm not saying like being divisive in like in a negative way, but I'm just saying like
I do understand what you're saying. It's just not necessarily. I think that's where we would differ on some stuff. Is like I would include women in anything that's trying to be built. We can look. We can all go into our man caves and talk, but when it's time to make bigger decisions, especially when you're trying to build a movement, you have to have everybody with you. I don't care what you are. If you light skinned and you're a part of this movement, I don't care what you are outside of that. As long as you agree with being positive within a thing, come on. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'm a mute.
Oh, okay. So
take another hit, bro. Take another hit.
We got that retro guy and James here. So how you doing, fellas?
I'm doing okay.
James, you there?
Hello.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
So do you guys got anything you'd like to add to the conversation? I like to get everybody's perspectives on the panel so we can keep it going. Make sure everybody gets their turn.
I think that mixed people been here for a long time, and people talking about mixed people came here during slavery. And that's bullshit.
Oh, really?
Is that it?
For now.
Well, yeah, I can agree with. I think the thing is, a lot of people kind of don't really have the 100% grasp of history. Like a lot of mixed people have been around for practically since the day America was founded. Like there's a guy that a lot of people don't know about named Matthias de Souza. He was a mixed man that was basically one of the founding fathers of America. And it's like you don't really hear about this guy.
A lot of mixed history is like swept underneath the rug, truth be told.
Yeah, like I literally that's another video I've been meaning to make because I literally have like a whole paper of MLS historians. It's funny because it's like a big thing now as we hear, oh, we don't have a culture. Oh, you get the culture from us, but then it's like y'all get y'all culture from us. So what are we talking about here?
I mean, I mean, there's different levels to that, honestly, if you ask me. But I get what you're saying. Like, with biracial people, they get, both cultures of both sides. And for regular, MLS people, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying on where people get their culture from us and we get their culture from them. Like, yeah.
Do you guys think that we should have our own language too?
That's gonna take a while to develop, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is gonna work.
That's gonna take
I
a
don't
while.
know how that.
I think I'll stick with the English. Creating a new language, I don't know what that we probably be doing like
You would have to.
No. We communicate through beautiful fragrance. We like skin. When you wear a certain fragrance in the day, that's what you're communicating to everyone, right? Little sandalwood, little patchouli, right? That's what you feel like today. That's how we do it. I'm just saying, man.
Guys,
Non-verbal communication, man. Certain look, where the sun hit us at a certain time of day. These all mean different things.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going back to the point with him talking about the language. Like, man, like, what are we going to draw for the alphabet, and how are we going to formulate these words?
I'm already developing that already.
Oh,
so you ahead of the curve.
I'm almost finished with the language anyway.
So
wow.
would you ever post a video about it?
Yes, one
Showing
day.
us?
Yes, please. I would love to see.
I'd love
Maybe
to see
you could
that.
teach us how.
And it's not that hard either. If you know English, Italian, Spanish, and French, or Arab, you would know this language.
My man, okay, dude. Will a contra cheat code work for all that? Because I ain't gonna learn that no time soon. You way above my pay grade. Jeez. How many languages you just name off?
That was like 4 or
One.
5.
Oh man, you said Arab. I already know I'm not getting that.
Yeah.
Right.
But if you know English, Spanish, Italian, French, then you would know this.
So basically, with this language, you're using mainly the same alphabet that we use, right? The same
Yeah,
letters.
yeah.
So, and you're just making a language out of that with those letters.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm almost finished. Maybe the next generation can learn it too. They could make it their first language.
So yeah.
It kind of would be sweet if we could speak another language and nobody else could understand. Boy, you know how much dust we would kick up.
Oh,
What's going on? They have their own language.
they could be saying racist stuff about it.
Right. And we probably would be, but go ahead.
Oh, I also gotta add. Guys, I also gotta add this. What about biracial? What about mixed race family, like light skinned families? Like everybody in the family light skinned, like the Kirby family. Like everybody in my family is the same. Like everybody light skinned. My mother, my father, my grandparents, like everybody, my uncles.
Whoa, you don't see that every day.
No,
Right.
Nah, not every day.
Right.
What are you, a Louisiana Creole?
like nobody in my family is dark skinned.
You must be probably the Louisiana Creole lineage then, because that's just so rare to see nowadays, especially nowadays.
Yeah, that's rare. Like, you have to be Louisiana Creole. There's no other. If you're anything outside of that,
Yeah, everybody like Golden Goddess. She's like beautiful. We know she's beautiful, but mainly people like when I search up on YouTube, I never see like light skinned families. Like when I look up biracial families, I always give me to different mixed race families like white and black or native and Arab, something like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of days is because it's so frowned upon nowadays. Like I said, they start throwing them jokes at, oh, you just trying to have a little blue vein family. Oh, you don't
Oh,
know.
no. What I got was y'all baby's gonna be clear.
Oh,
What?
how could I forget? How could I forget that one?
Wow.
Yours gonna look like some smoke.
the trolling comments from other people, man, can be just like, why? Who says
Right.
that? You know what's crazy?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? They will people. You hear them make that comment. They'll never say that to a white person. You know that's crazy.
Oh, I never got them comments when I was dating a white girl. Never got them kind of comments.
They'll never say that to a white person. I'm just like, what?
They don't really say that with anybody else. It's just us for some reason.
Like there's no white person, there's no black person. Only mixed people, like only light skinned people in my family. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah, I was keeping it light.
Yup, we didn't care what nobody said.
That was my father's side of the family, keeping it light.
Yup. Yeah, my
he met my brown. He met my brown mama being a renegade.
Yup.
As you can see, his genes was dominant.
Yeah, I continue my genes too. My wife and daughter is light skinned.
So have you ever had like anybody question you for that?
Yes.
Well, because I know there's a big thing. Even I've noticed there's a lot of people that have been kind of rooting for the Curry family getting divorced. I've heard,
Damn.
especially like
Mhm.
Oh
people.
yeah. You talking about Steph's parents, Dale and Sonia?
Yeah, like there was some people that I think even from like the Black Manosphere that were kind of cheering that on, like they was happy.
You know, some of these
Wow.
dudes, they like some real haters. I mean, Steph's father is a light skinned dude, but you know, and his mother's white. I mean, like the hate that we catch whenever we date somebody, like it's unreal.
Bro, I'm
Like
gonna tell you what it is.
it's
Being
endless.
light skinned and winning. That's a terrible
Yeah.
conversation. That's a terrible
Yeah.
combination for everybody who ain't you.
I mean, like if you
Yeah, it is.
like if you look at like I don't know if some of you guys follow like the Curry family on Instagram or anything. If you like look at Aisha Curry's comment section whenever she takes a photo with her family, like the comment section is just disrespectful at times. The comments they make, man, it's like, dog,
Well,
They got all the smoke.
like they be saying like, can Steph fight? They be talking about their
Wow.
kids like this,
Whoa.
He got enough money to just point at you. And you have a fight.
Yeah.
Not with him.
Yes.
But you'll have a fight. That's what I'm saying, man. They can't say here's the thing. Everybody's talking the most shit about him, ain't got a fraction of his money, a fraction of his notoriety. You don't have to listen to people.
Thanks.
You are not obligated to listen to that nonsense.
Well, I've even saw some people that were coming at his baby one time.
Man, that's haterade, man. Is the baby pretty?
Well, it's his son though, but they be
Is it a pretty baby?
they got blonde
I
hair.
think he
and
also has a
not-
daughter too.
We
Yeah,
can
he got
say
two daughters.
we can say a baby is pretty or not. Look, there's some babies out here. There's some pretty people right now, but when they was babies, they look like a foot. It's real life, man. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody in my family look ugly.
Well, that's the thing, though. They talk about all this Steph's family, but if any one of when they all grow up, guess who's probably going to be chasing them?
Right.
Yeah.
They hate us, but they want to make us. It's weird. The fools they hate the most, they go out their way to make them.
Hey, fuck all them people. Fuck all the motherfuckers. Fuck all the motherfuckers who talk about light skinned couples or shit. Shut the fuck up, motherfuckers.
I think that's a major problem I got with certain folks. Like they want to talk about light skin, but y'all dating a light skinned person y'all
Right.
saying.
Shit,
Yeah. Yeah.
the strongest man in my life was light skinned. God damn it.
Well, let me talk about somebody without talking about them. It's this internet personality that love talking about light skinned folks, but supposedly has a biracial daughter and don't even date black women. Period.
Oh no,
Wow.
no,
You ain't got to say his name,
Oh,
but don't you find that hilarious?
no.
I find that hilarious.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
we
guy.
know. I know just who you're talking about. Trust me, that guy's got a smoke session
yeah.
coming real soon.
Only way he can get some attention, he got to show his titties. Man, come on. That's all you got.
Yeah. Like
You got a
somebody should have told him to put a
mortgage.
shirt on.
You got a Roth IRA, my guy. You got something in your life. You got retirement coming to you. No, just titty shakes. All right. We all got to use all you got still that lean on stress. I got a future. I can't titty shake, but I got a future. I'm just saying.
Why you always guys on the screen?
but no, hey, but let me ask y'all this though, and maybe and again, maybe y'all could definitely relate. I don't know. I could be wrong too. But like when y'all go out, right? Do you always get like these unnecessary eyes staring at you like they
Oh,
want you
hell
to be
yes.
prison
Oh, I
meat?
do.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, I'm
And
gonna tell you what
honestly,
happened to me
like,
at the comedy club.
Especially with my
I'm-
grandparents.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm new to comedy club. My lady finds this funny as hell. We at the comedy club, of course. We get there late, so we at the front row. You know what that
Yeah,
means? Man, comedian jump on stage, bro, within 15 seconds. I want to say hello to all my black people, and you, sir, pointed right at me. I'm looking
wow.
around like, yo. Yeah, I think it's all of us, bro. I still identify as a black person, right? I'm like, dog. I guess because my hair is laid back, and it's winter time, and I'm pale as hell in the winter. Hey, and you, sir?
Yeah,
Oh, damn, dog. So yeah, dude just pointed me right out, like your ass. Like, damn, bro, really? Really?
But
That's how we gonna start off tonight?
but
15
then
seconds
yeah,
in.
right.
The
They
shit,
are,
the
Right.
hey,
shit.
but nah though, but
Y'all,
I feel
wait,
you though, because I go to them comedy shows, quite often, and let me tell you, it'd be the same thing. Like,
Right.
okay, be like, okay, hey, look at all you light skinned niggas, all the light skinned niggas in the audience. Like, look at like, I'm like, oh god,
that's
Right.
every more reason. That's every
Hey,
more reason why we need our own
no, no,
comedian,
no.
which we already
But
got one.
you look around the room with all them light skinned niggas, and every one of them in there with a woman or two.
yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying.
They know we get more fucking girls than them anyway, motherfuckers.
I ain't ashy, and I don't stink.
Hell no.
But then again though, when D. Ray Davis went up on stage, because I actually went to go see him perform, and even he went back at one of them. He was like, "Oh, what, you couldn't clap now because you got that good hair?" And he was actually talking to one of the dark skinned dudes with the mini curls in his hair, and I
I'm an
was
ex
like,
girl,
"Oh,
bro. Don't worry. Don't sweat that.
yeah." I was like, "Oh shit." I'm like, "Yeah,
It's an ex girl.
Look, man, for the way
yeah,
your
yeah."
hair come out your head, they making whole
Yeah.
hair rigs for 360 waves. What you can do with your hair with a brush and a little water, they got whole hair hats. They glue into their damn head just to have hair
Yeah,
like yours. Man, come on.
right.
hey, that's how
Yeah.
my hair is. One bit of water and brush, and I pretty much
That's what I'm
got
saying, bro.
I'm clean cut.
The
I'm like,
comb
yeah,
run through, the comb run through easy. That ain't my fault. Don't be mad.
Guys,
I'm
guys,
bald
one
like
time,
Boris Kojo, so
guys, y'all
Hey,
remember
go
hey,
that?
ahead.
I can use a comb or I can use a black power pick. You just stuck trying to pull that pick through your head a couple inches at a time before you say, ouch, shut your ass up.
I'm low cut Caesars here, boy.
But yeah, though, but it's just like, what is it with that? Again, like them unnecessary eyes, like like they just look at you like like that scene in the Boondocks where they all went to go to prison to see what it's like, and then one of the prison inmates was looking at Tom Dubois. Those of you, he's like, now
Yeah.
see that right there. You see, let's talk about this nigga named Tom. Tom is the type of motherfucker that gives somebody a wet dream. I'm like, here we go.
Okay, let's address that. That's happening in that
Yeah,
man's imagination. You just existed.
yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah.
something going on with that man he don't want to deal with. And that's his
Right.
problem, not yours.
Mhm.
Whatever he's shame of, don't put the anger and shame on me. That's happening in your brain, homie. Just looking at me and
I,
waking something inside of you. I ain't do that. You did that.
I,
That's you.
I didn't do it either, but
Right.
it's
You over there getting moist. I'm
yeah.
all right.
I think a lot
I'm
of
like,
these
shit, that's
guys.
that. I'm like, that's the prison bait mail. So shit,
That's
I
what
ain't
I'm
one
saying,
of
man.
I think a lot of them be on the DL on the low.
I'm a boy.
them. You are not in prison anymore, Damon.
No, I'm saying, man, it's 2022. You can explore whatever you want, but don't put your shame on me because you're discovering yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's why I hate it. Oh, you look effeminate. Bro, what's going on with you? Just ask that question immediately. Yo, you need
Yeah,
somebody to talk to about that? I ain't necessarily the one, but it's a lot of communities that's very accepting of you and your journey, right?
yeah.
I ain't a part of it. Take that mess over there, homie. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that to me. I'm not gonna be a focus of your desires, bro. I don't want to be treated as a piece of meat either.
That's why I teach. That's why I advocate y'all learn how to fight, man.
Yeah.
Shoot, I took karate, taekwondo, and Muay Thai. So
I
Boy,
mean,
do y'all know that? Do y'all know that old bitch from that old bitch YouTuber? Her name is fucking Lashid.
Oh,
Uh,
Rashida
no.
Strober.
Lashid for you.
oh no.
Nah.
Rashida Strober. That's Rashida Strober, bro.
My grandma said she needs to go fucking lose weight. That's what she needs to do.
Are we talking about the same people, bro? I don't think. I don't. I think we got the wrong people. What were we talking
Lashid,
about again?
the one was on here one time trying to troll this channel.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I don't really want to bring her in the conversation because I know she's just looking for a reason to drag me into her little beef that she got going on.
I ain't getting it. Whatever y'all got going on, I ain't in it, man. I'm just saying
I
that
don't
on the
even know.
outside.
I barely know her because nobody like her video. She barely get 1,000 views.
Yeah, I don't even really want to bring her up because we having a good conversation. I don't want people to
Right, man.
start recording and it's funny because remember that guy we was talking, I already know he's probably just sitting here cloud watching. He's just looking for a reason. Mr. Biracial Daughter,
Okay.
Hey,
he
Brown and
already.
Beige. I see a good comment. It's by the chosen one. It says, "Do y'all think light brothers need to date out to find love?"
You
Uh,
have a choice of whoever you want. You do
I
realize that, right?
Yeah, I do realize that. I'm gonna be
Okay,
honest.
so you can date whoever the hell you want.
Yeah,
Everybody likes you.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
The ones that claim they hate you don't like you because they can't have you. Everybody wants you. Carry that attitude in your back pocket and you'll be fine.
Gray Chin has a point right
Facts.
there.
I date whoever I want to date. So yeah, probably dating Kid Rocks.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, chosen one. I'm gonna be honest. Yes. If it works for you, but somebody like me, normally, yeah, I do date out because that's where I have the most luck. But I date whoever I want. But yeah, I usually do date out. Um, over the course of my life, I had the most luck with like Hispanic and Asian. That's who I usually have luck with. Like,
Asian. Hey,
yeah, Asian and Hispanic.
Well, I was a lot of try a Negro, right? I was the first Negro in a lot of people's houses. A lot of girls was bringing me home for a little while, and I was the first one ever been to darken they dough, so to speak. Yeah, I've been through that. I went through a lot of that because I was acceptable, right?
He was acceptable
It is what it is.
at the dinner table, bro.
Yeah. I was naive. I didn't understand what was happening. I was a dummy, right? I understood later. I'm like, why does this keep happening to me? Then I'm like, hey,
Gu-
this ain't cool.
Like
Guys,
This ain't cool at all.
guys, in
well,
my opinion,
I'm
guys, in my
feeling used
opinion,
here.
what were you
guys,
saying, Jane?
in my opinion, I think that as a group and as it becoming a race and stuff, we already a race into a community. We should, like kind of, most of us should date each other. You get me? Because we can't have power, like you said, one time, Brown and Beige. We don't have powers in the other group if we date out like that, basically. But I'm not trying to control nobody dating uh pattern, nothing like that. I'm just saying we want to have power if we going to take it that far.
Well, yeah, because to piggyback off that point, we got people like Patrick Mahomes and Tiger Woods who are pretty much rich in their respective areas, and they're pretty much marrying white women and pretty much giving all their resources to like white people as a whole. So I definitely agree with that.
to Becky it goes. What about you, AMR? Where's your
What's
luck at?
that?
Where's your luck at with the women?
Oh, shoot. I'm like, hey, wait. For those of you who don't know, hell, say hello to Miss Kimmy Dion.
I mean, look, man, I've been out the game for 20 something years, man. So
I'm like,
my
yeah,
mileage
like,
may vary.
yeah.
If you put
Like,
me out here in the dating world now, oh my God, I'd get rolled up so quick, man.
yeah.
I don't know what y'all doing out here
y'all
now,
see her
man.
from time to
I'm
time. You know, we speak. Y'all may see her from time to time. I may say, "Hey, wifey," she'll call me hubby. So it's like,
Yeah,
I'm already married anyway, so I'm married to a light skinned woman like me. I'm light
These
skinned.
young girls will run me ragged, man. I wouldn't have a chance. I'm gonna stay with the woman I've been with.
So I see my man AMR. He like them blonde, huh? Or maybe
say I like them. Say I like them blonde.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm blonde
Kimmy
too.
Dion, right? Is this blonde chick? Isn't she blonde? Right?
Nah, she's not blonde.
I mean, I'm blonde.
She may have.
Let me see if I can. I think it's. She commented like way earlier in the stream. Let me see if I.
Yeah. See if you can find her thumbnail.
Did you see the comment of me saying that Lil Sheep for you booty stank?
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh.
I was trolling a little bit.
Look, again, I'm putting out a disclaimer. These are opinions expressed by other panelists and not necessarily shared by me. Go ahead.
Oh, here she is. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's try.
I ain't trying to beef with nobody, bro. It's pointless.
Yeah, let's just try to keep. We trying to have a positive stream. I don't want people clipping stuff saying that. Yeah,
because this whole stream been chill, man. We don't. Yeah.
Oh my bad.
That's the last thing. Like that's the last thing that I want.
Look, just the crap talking I done did this whole stream is gonna be clipped out by somebody. I don't be on stream that much talking. I just be lurking in the back most times.
Well, they probably go do that anyway, to be honest with you.
Right.
I got a lot of people that, particularly this one guy that we was talking about, he had made a stream where I said that I let black women be dragged when nobody on my panel had said anything bad about black women.
Right, man. Look, I ain't gonna talk bad too much about what I popped out of. That's just me though. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's mileage may vary. My experience, look, have I dealt with ratchet black women? Yes. Do I choose to be in circles where they can be? No. Most of the black women I deal with do not behave that way, and it would be considered beneath them to do so. You know what I'm saying? I don't deal with classless women. It's all in who you choose to deal with.
No offense to no woman, but dark skinned women, but only dated light skinned women.
That's good. That's your preference. That's your choice.
Yep.
Well,
if that's who like you, that's who you should date.
Well, they can't get mad at that. I mean, they be online talking about how much they love chocolate and everything. Nobody said nothing about that.
No, I did show something on Twitter.
What'd you see?
Hey man, number one rule: enjoy your life. As long as you ain't hurting nobody, do what you want, man. It's not I don't think it's anything to throw in anybody's face. Just do you. You ain't got to brag about it. You the one enjoying the experience. The hell with everybody else think.
But
maybe I'm old school in that aspect, you know what I'm saying? But as long as you enjoying your life and you happy, who gives a damn what anybody else think?
Yeah, I think to be honest with you, when I've even heard some people say that if you're light skinned and you date other light skinned people, you're a colorist now.
Man, look,
that's
bullshit.
I've dated more than my share of light skinned women, white women. you know what I'm saying, dark skinned black women. It's what you like. And look, it's for me, it ain't just the color, it's an aesthetic. You know what I'm saying? If she got everything that I like, her color is not gonna be at the top of the list.
Right. You should
You
love
know what I'm
women.
saying? If she got the attractiveness I like, if her conversation is up to par, you know what I'm saying? If she's better educated than me and has something to teach me or introduce me to some form of art or something that I never knew about, that's a good thing.
Shoot,
You
that's
know what I'm saying? Just somebody who just want to just gossip all goddamn day and drink. Man, I want to be around that.
right.
I'm like, it's like how's your mental? How's your spiritual? I
Right.
mean,
Do you have any goals
do
in
you know how to,
life?
do you
Right.
know how to cook? Do you know how to clean? I mean, if there are things you can do by yourself, okay, cool. But if you need help, hey, I'll be more than willing to help.
Like personally, I'm a Christian, but yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, though, and that's where it's like, again, like when we talk about, again, like the representation, when it comes to MLS, get to MLS man, it's still, and but sooner or later, all this to me, maybe going forward.
Look, man, this problem is going to solve itself because
Yeah.
they hate us, but they keep making us. Everybody going to look like us eventually.
I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's unstoppable. You can't stop people from bumping uglies. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
But that's just that just drives my mind crazy. How do you hate somebody, but at the same time you love creating them? That is some
Right.
mental sickness,
Yeah.
right there.
Like that mean,
and you know what? And I think that may be like low key also some mental issues that they're dealing with.
That's what I'm saying. Like
They want to live vicariously through. They want to have the light skin experience, even though they can't be light skinned. They'll just make somebody light skinned and live through them. They'll live out their dreams through that light skinned person.
But like that,
I
like
think
the meme said about this dark skinned man. Dark skinned man be talking all that shit about light skinned nigga memes, but be in the rush to go make one.
That
Exactly.
was the meme ever made right there.
Let's twerk some titties. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do, man.
I think
I just find that shit hilarious, man. I
don't know if you guys remember a while back when on YouTube was going crazy. You guys seen them skits on like Facebook and stuff like that with like the Prince family and stuff like that?
I've seen some on Twitter.
Oh yeah, Damien and Bianca.
With that
yeah, I know. Yeah,
with that dude where he had a kid, the dark skinned dude, and he had a kid with that biracial chick. And he's sitting there in the hospital, and then he's sitting there in the hospital with his baby, talking about the girl don't have green eyes and stuff like that. And like,
controversial. Oh, he controversial anyway.
Like his biracial girl.
Wow.
He controversial anyway. So
you got a healthy baby.
Right.
I'm like,
you got a healthy baby? Oh, that's great. That's great. You got a healthy baby. I think, is that what I heard? Oh, okay, then you good there.
Right.
Yeah,
that light skin shit.
Right.
Yeah.
You got a healthy. If you want a child, you have a healthy child.
It's okay for a dark skinned person to talk about light skinned babies, but we say something soon about a dark skinned baby saying that they dark, then we'll get cut off.
See that?
I mean,
but they was also trying to make that, again, like that baby issue. And I'm thinking, I don't know if it was him that said it, maybe it was her.
It was him who said that. And
it was him that said that.
Delivery room, bro. It was right there in the delivery
room. It was him that said that, right? Okay.
But them two are just,
I'm just like,
problematic.
And this is the like the mental sickness. And then like this is this type of stuff we see all the time. And it's like these people keep having kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
These dark skinned dudes that get with these light bright chicks, and they keep having kids, and then have the nerve to hate on light skinned dudes. But you sticking your key in the ignition over here. Like, what are you doing, bruh?
See, that's
right. They can't live the experience. They'll never have the experience we do.
Golden Goddess, I watch your channel. You're beautiful.
So, Gigi.
You're an example as a woman.
Gigi.
Gigi, what's up?
Yeah, man. But the Prince family, that family just gives me some weird vibes.
Man, some of the
Bro,
things.
you got your family on the internet. That's weird. That's weird. You got your family on the internet. Your whole family.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I'm from a different era, man. I would never put my family out there like that. Not on purpose.
Right.
I mean, they do it for views and the money, and to like.
I hear you. I feel you, bro. But at the cost of what?
I know what you're saying. But they do it
It
for
couldn't be me.
views and money and stuff like that.
Now we talking about, he made some money, but now we talking about this fool looking at a healthy baby like she ain't got the right eyes. My man, this ain't a video game slider, man. You know what I'm saying? You'll get to pick the features.
It was the people. It was she was making fun of the baby too. She was
Oh
making
my
fun of that baby.
God.
Oh, you remember the baby? You remember the baby talking to you beige and brown community? You remember you were talking about the baby, you need to stay in his
No,
lane.
damn. I
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
to address Fader Jake. Talking about light skinned men is soft.
And all the ugly dark.
I'll show your mama how hard I can be. Go ahead.
It's just, yeah.
I'm like, man, who's this dude?
Yo, somebody get Fader Dick out of here, bro.
No, I'm just saying.
Trolls.
His mama will come back with a very different opinion about who's soft. No Viagra. Go ahead.
I thought we had got rid of Jake.
He came back, continuing his trollicious trolling.
I'm just saying, I'll be in his mama kitchen drinking up all his little juicy juice.
Nah, man, save me some free sons.
Eating up all your goldfish. Playing your video game. I be in your house playing all your little video games, drinking your juice, eating your goldfish. Better hush, boy.
Well, are you guys in well, I know some of y'all not, but beige and brown, are you in college?
Nope. I didn't go to college.
Oh.
And not for me.
No, I'm not.
I ain't finished college because I wanted to be with a lot more girls, and I needed some money and some nice stuff. So I became a construction worker, worked a lot of hours, blew money on women I shouldn't have till I met the right one, and now she take all my money.
I'm in college.
Stay in college.
I'm in
Stay in college.
I got a wife and daughter. I'm in college right now.
Don't give up your body for the game. Use your mind.
Oh, I'm already, my wife is my only person that you know what.
Bro, how old are you?
How old is who?
This guy with a cowboy hat on the left hand side in the suit, in the black suit.
Oh, I just noticed that. I ain't been looking at the screen, bro. What the? Okay, that's an interesting avatar.
Hey, let me address Future real quick. Yes, Future, I know how to cook and clean. Just so
I cook better than my woman.
Me too.
Yeah, just so we're clear.
See, I actually learned how to cook something. Not just, I'm gonna cook this today. No. I want no measurements. I want the best ingredients. I want it to taste good. My food, my barbecue make church ladies cuss.
I can't cook for sure.
Measuring costs, the rule.
That's a joke and the truth.
I mean, personally, my wife is a housewife. It's still like stuff like that. But yeah, she decided to make me the breadwinner, traditional family.
They kill me talking about somebody soft, bro.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I guess it's like that, but be all right.
Whoa. What happened to Brown and Beige?
What? He'll be back.
I think he must have knocked himself off the panel, but I think he'll be back.
Hopefully he didn't cut the wire.
Wait, if I'm taking too much time, man, I will shut up and let y'all go.
Wait. Can we let a woman come up here? If that's okay.
Who would want to come up here? Who would
Any
come up?
ladies want to come up? I can make space for them.
Because I know that they've been waiting to chomp at the bit because you know they got something to say too.
Yeah, I'm kind of like 2 months. I've been on YouTube for 2 months. I've been on, like not making video because I'm gonna start making it, but not right now.
Yeah.
Well, I've been on YouTube for a little while, starting stuff with people. I'm trying to turn over a new leaf.
No, trolling.
I've been involved in drama where people wanted to swap me, bro. That's how bad I talk about folks. So
Hey, I get my wife.
I'll try to turn over a new leaf.
I get my wife. She'll pull up on the bitch.
Bro,
Hey man, hey yo, this dude.
Nah,
hey, he
bro.
put up right now,
real.
yo. He said his wife would, jump on a bitch. Pull up.
Hey, I'm not condoning. If you touch me, I'm gonna touch you back.
Yeah.
Like I don't care if you're a girl or a boy, I'm gonna hit you back.
So
I think with me,
Police, there's a man very aggressive on my porch, and he's black.
First of
That's
all,
what you get.
I tell that woman I'm gay. That's what's
You just got code switch.
Pure.
Now you gotta hide, you know what I'm saying, before they whoop your ass too. You got a tan on that day, you might get in trouble with him, so be careful.
I'm freaking 5'10" out.
All right, we cross that one out.
oh wow.
Yeah, though. I'm like,
how you expect him to sound? He a little cowboy. Somebody in chat talking smack.
Do you experience this? If people think you're biracial, but both of your parents are light skinned like you, and people consider you like black, or your parents either white or black.
I'm biracial passing, so I just go with the flow. Whatever's gonna get me the advantage, I'm whatever you need me to be.
Larry.
I'm light skinned black male, but folks.
Both my parents are. Well, my dad was blackish, and my mom was blackerlish. They ran out of toner when they made me.
Like I said, both of my parents and everybody in my family is light skinned, so there's no dark skinned person or white person. No white person.
Well, I got a lot of cousins who are mixed, so I kind of blended in with them, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But it's really I'm the oldest of my generation, but that's where a lot more biracial people start popping up, and that kind of just,
Yeah, all the mixed kids are on my father's side, honestly. My mom's side, they're monoracial. My mom's side is monoracial. My dad's side, they have a lot of mix going on over there.
Yeah.
I have biracial younger cousins and stuff like that. So, interestingly enough, majority of the biracial on my father's side, they come from non-black fathers and monoracial mothers.
Really?
Yeah, actually, yeah, including my older sister.
Wow.
My older sister had a kid with a white man, so.
Well, my family is pretty much, dad's pretty much mostly like darker skinned family, and my mom's side is pretty much almost like white passing black folks.
Yeah, some we have similar genetic makeups there, fellas.
Yep.
Everybody in my father's family and everybody in my mother's family is light skinned. Like everybody, I mean everybody.
Put it to you like this: there's a lot of Steph Currys in my family.
Yeah.
Wait, is your beige and brown? Is your parents is your parents light skinned?
Well, my mom is. My dad's kind of like copper, like dark brown, like copper tone.
I come from the reverse union of you, brown and beige.
My father's side of the family needed that SPF 1 million.
Oh yeah, so you got no sunlight.
Right. Oh, when I was a kid, man, ice just burned so quick. It was ridiculous. I couldn't be out in the sun more than 5-10 minutes before I had to get that suntan lotion put on me, man. I'm turning to a crab so quick. It hurt, man. Oh.
Hey, you borderline with the white folks, man.
Hey, now, come on, now. How we all us light skinned people together? Now you gonna get on me?
No,
that ain't right, man.
I'm not saying that.
No, man. When I was a kid, man, I was getting into it with some other light skinned cats in the neighborhood. He was like, "Shut up, white boy!" And I stopped and looked at him. You the fool over here with the hazel eyes, my man. What you talking about? Who you talking to? We all funny looking over here. You can't use that.
No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that as an insult. I was just saying you up there. You up there. You with the high yellow crew. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't saying that as an insult, not as an insult.
No, bro, I'm joking with you, man. I don't take that stuff like that, man. I ain't got a thin skin, bro. You know what I'm saying? So the ladies don't want to come up?
No, they said they want us to have. They want us to have the show tonight. It's Man Cave Monday, you know.
Yeah, Man Cave Monday.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
That works.
right.
So I guess.
Wait, let's start a new topic, guys.
Go ahead, man.
All right. Well,
Do you think we should protect our women? We supposed to protect our women as men?
Yeah.
of course.
Right.
Am I gonna protect my woman? Yeah.
Yo,
Everybody else's woman, man, I don't know, because protecting somebody else's woman get you shot. You understand what I'm saying? No, real talk, man. You get in the middle of people's relationship trying to be the good guy, you can end up in some trouble.
Yeah. Nah. But I do get what you're saying, though, man.
Look, if we defending each other in a conversation, that's one thing. Physically intervening, I'm at to judge the situation.
Yeah, that's definitely true right there. You can't just be out here just sacrificing your life.
Bro, I ain't Batman.
I ain't Superman.
Some things on the chessboard are sacrificial.
So when you say protect, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like online with like jokes or like?
I mean, yeah, like everything.
Oh well, yeah, I could see like online, but like in person, I wouldn't go.
Yeah, like if somebody getting abused or something like that.
Well, yeah. I could see that. Like if they're talking about getting on her over her being light skinned, yeah, I could definitely see us.
Oh, if it's something like that, yeah. But did she start to mess up?
Oh, if she started to mess up, pull up on the bitch.
See, like I said, everything you gotta judge the situation individually.
Right.
You know, a blanket, yeah, I'm standing up for everybody. That sounds good until somebody draw you into some stuff that they started.
Right.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta let people fight their own battles, so they learn not to do that.
True.
So I have a question for you guys. So who do you guys think in the media right now is a good role model for, or a good a good model for MLS men in the media? Would you say somebody like Vin Diesel, The Rock, or somebody? Or
Steph Curry.
Yeah, I would say Steph Curry, Shamar Moore, Jason Tatum.
Or even the yellow Boris Kojo, and also
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
For a light skinned woman, I would say
Let the
Alicia
women
Curry.
speak for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
now we may get some comments, from people who they may want to add in, who they believe should also be
Look,
the
man, they really
representation
gonna
of
have to
women in the
shoehorn.
media.
They gonna use a shoehorn to get. They really gonna have to extract the most minuscule things to pull out for us to say anything negative during the stream. We avoided it, actively avoided it. So if somebody really look at the stream and start something, they really just looking for trouble. They're looking for something because there's really nothing there.
would you guys
Yeah.
throw J. Cole in the mix as well?
Maybe. Well,
Hey, but you know what though?
Malty
But
has
yeah, though,
spoken.
because I saw that video that what's his name did about the J. Cole situation, and
Oh God.
yeah, that guy
That
just trying to make J. Cole and J. Cole feel bad or feel guilty because he said he wanted exotic women, no exotic women at his parties.
Who you saw when they made a video response to the whole thing with him having that party and like no black women were there?
Yeah,
Are you talking about the Kyrie Kyrie the
no, not
basketball player?
Kyrie Irving. No, not
no,
Kyrie Irving.
No, J. Cole
J.
just recently
Cole.
had a party like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought y'all was relating to the NBA, the basketball
Nah,
player.
nah. We talking about J. Cole.
Nah, I think O'Shea did a video on that. Yeah,
O'Shea too.
O'Shea
What
did
was
a
he
video.
talking about? Well, I think like his whole thing, he's just pandering. I think that's what that is.
Yeah,
Because that's
I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, Brown and Beige. I'm gonna let you get in, but I think that J. Cole did that only because he was catering towards his audience, that the people he was hosting the party for.
well, that person he was posing with was a real well-known YouTuber. So I think she got like millions of subscribers. So it was probably a luxury party. I don't think it even had anything to do with like color. I think it just had to do with status.
All right, gentlemen. I'm a little too old for this conversation now because I had no idea what y'all talking about. So I'm gonna bid y'all a good evening or good night or wherever you are in the world, or good morning, if you will. But the old man gonna go to bed. Y'all have a good one.
all right,
All
All
right,
man.
right.
man.
Appreciate you
Be
being
I
on.
cool.
appreciate you.
You too,
Peace.
big bruh.
Be cool, man.
Anybody else want to come up?
Let me see. But anyway, I think he's just pandering, man, because I don't even think like what does that even have to do with J. Cole? Because I mean, the girl he had posed in the picture with was Indian. Do y'all know who Lily Singh is?
A little.
No, I don't. Wait, you said the girl that he was in a relationship with, or?
No, it was just a picture. It wasn't even like anything crazy. It was just that was a YouTuber he was pictured with.
Oh, hold on. What was her name again?
Lily
Lily
Singh.
Singh.
Yeah.
And she's a Canadian. I think she's from Canada.
Indian Canadian, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I've seen her. I've seen her before. Yeah, she's a nice looking woman.
Yeah, so he took it. Yeah, so they was like pretty much posing, taking a picture together. and that sort of became like the vocal point.
But
and just like how J. Cole was the vocal point of that particular party.
But I mean, J. Cole is biracial. So what are they mad about?
I don't know.
Like, so this is even biracial men have to kiss the rings of the black woman, I guess.
I think that only stems from it because J. Cole is actually married to a monoracial looking black woman. And Rose, just to address your question, yeah, it's a great example. But yeah, with J. Cole, yeah, I think, yeah, we just for that he's biracial, so, and he's married to a monoracial woman, so I think that's what caused that uproar.
Yeah,
I guess. But I mean, nobody could lie and say that Lily is a bad choice, though.
Shit, if I can get a date with her, I would. I would want it.
But it's like I said, that wasn't. They just tried to make that bigger than what it really was. But there was a question I wanted to ask, but I forgot. Let's see. Let's see what the chat is saying. So, who would y'all say is a bad example of light-skinned male representation? Since we talked about the good.
Every man who caters to the black community. Every light-skinned man who caters to black community.
A bad example,
That's a tough one.
I would say T.I.
Yes, I was thinking of that too.
Drake.
Yeah, let me answer Rose's question. Yeah, I think they are.
Drake is a horrible example.
I think Drake is fire, bro. T.I. is just horrible. He's just overboard.
Okay, Jussie Smollett and Jussie Williams.
Yeah, that's. I mean, Jussie Smollett is. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah,
like we traded Jussie Smollett. He ain't. We traded him away.
Him and T.I. can go. Y'all can flame them all day. I won't even get mad.
Well, ain't T.I. wife biracial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that? That ain't helping nothing.
Yeah, that. But I was gonna bring up. I had seen. Do y'all know who Nick Young is? The old basketball player.
No.
Yeah. I know.
Yep.
I might. Yeah.
Well, he had took a shot at Jason Tatum and said that Jason Tatum had let his inner light skin come out because he had disappeared in the finals.
Wow.
Mm.
They're always looking for a chance to take a shot.
I know. I'm like, isn't it? I'm like, and that's the bullshit that that I was talking about earlier. I'm like, if you're gonna attack, how you play the game, okay, attack this game. But what does shade have to do with anything? I'm like, the problem ain't the shade.
Well, this is coming from a guy who was dating Iggy Azalea too. If that adds to the conversation.
Yeah, and look how that turned. You haven't again. You thought you were gonna have that opportunity to get Iggy Azalea pregnant, and guess what? Y'all broke up.
I think the issue with a lot of like brown skin, dark skin dudes, they just drink the hyper masculinity Kool-Aid too much. And the thing is, not all of them are on that. Like, not all of them are like that.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I don't really think there's a such thing as brown skinning. In my opinion, you either black or light skin.
I don't know. Brown skin is just such a broad term now. It's like everybody has a different. Nowadays, I think a lot of people that say like this way light skin is getting shifted. It's like they're trying to make everybody brown skin nowadays.
Mm-hmm. People say that
Hey, you
you're
know what?
because you're tan that you're not light skinned.
Yeah, that's just another way for Blackistan to try to use that same old paper bag test for again for people who does lean towards that, so they can they don't want them to be light skinned, but they just want that close proximity.
Basically bringing you down to their level, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's like I said, but nobody ever says, "Oh, well, you're not dark skinned."
No.
Yeah.
People actually, there's no meme like you were saying brown and beige community again. There's no meme saying that dark skin. Well, it was one, but that was it.
Hey,
the only meme that I would see that's probably still being used is where Michael Jordan is crying. That's the only one that. Yeah, y'all can go look this up. They'll use that so much, just Michael Jordan crying. If it's not that, then it's that old man that's crying.
Oh, the what?
Yeah, but with us, it's like, they working day and night just to make memes and gifts and all these insults.
But it's funny because I just looked at like Nick Young, but look, Jason Tatum is killing it, is the future face of the Celtics, and you're just not even in the league no more. So I mean, what are we talking about here?
And the thing is though, again, look at the NBA finals. If you notice, it was pretty much an MLS final.
Yeah,
MLS representation like that. Even though I voted for the Warriors, but if Jason Tatum took it, hey, I would have been cool with that too. It's like at the end of the day, MLS says.
Well, that's the thing. That's another thing that a lot of people don't want to admit. Like, and even my mom had admitted this one time. She had asked, like, "Have you noticed that the NBA is getting more and more mixed?" It's like all these dudes that preach that little black male masculinity are basically breeding their replacements. Like you got the Devin Bookers, the Currys, the Trey Youngs, the Jordan Pooles. Like you guys just
the Klay Thompsons.
Hey man, it's their fault. At the end of the day, it's their fault. They admit all they want. But you know something? I wanted to ask this next question. For me, like, what is the type of roles that you guys would like to see more MLS men be presented in? I would like to see more MLS men.
A lot of light skinned families, and the light skinned man being the dominant man in the family.
The patriarch.
Yeah.
Right.
So more like that Uncle Phil type of,
Yes.
Yeah.
Not the little side.
Everybody was getting mad.
Pretty much, again, like hell, even in a lead action role or a superhero role.
Yeah, like I would like to see more action movies. I wouldn't mind seeing us as being the man and pursuing the romantic love interest of a woman of our choice. What other genres of movies?
Just make Game of Thrones.
Yeah, they had a biracial, a mixed man and a mixed woman.
Oh man, Natalie Emmanuel. Oh, yeah.
But though, I also do want to ask this question though. Maybe we touched on it. I don't know if we did, and if y'all don't want to answer it, then that's fine. But because again, like this is an MLS men panel. What do y'all say for those that'll be so quick, right? Okay, sort of going back to the women, that they have no issue saying that they will get themselves a white man. They'll divest to white men. Again, there's nothing wrong with preference, but when they divest on the negative tip, but will be so quick to turn a MLS man down because they feel like, divesting is the way to go.
You know something. I have Sergeant Willie Pete talked about this, where black women will drive 800 miles per hour past light skinned men.
Yeah.
He wasn't entirely wrong about that.
I'm like, I can't even deny that. Like, bro, I don't understand that. And then then you're gonna turn down a light skinned dude, but you're gonna get in bed with this man over here who's gonna correct me, like,
yeah.
And like,
It makes no fucking sense.
And don't even get me started on the fact that you're already socialized and conditioned to dislike me by another man. Like that's why I'm like, you know what? That's the reason why, like I said before, like, this is why I a lot of times don't have no problem hopping the fence. Cause it's like, dude, the risk is too big.
I think I heard him say that too, and I kind of agree in a way, because I think what a lot of people don't really seem to get is, and even with like the whole light skin privilege talk, I think the thing is, nobody really, it's weird to say, but nobody really like gets like a systemic advantage with us, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, we just have we have the proximity, but we don't have no power behind it.
Exactly. Yeah, true.
Because people say that we don't have our own community, but that's a fucking lie.
So that's pretty much sort of defeating their purpose of doing what they're doing.
That helps, right? That helps boost our population in the gender. That doesn't really help them, honestly. But yeah, like I don't understand that. Like, you will go 1,000 miles per hour past us, go to the next group of men, knowing damn well that if you get with this man, you're gonna create me. Like, what?
True friends.
And even true fans said the exact same thing that what's my man's name just said, because of that proximity. That proximity to black.
What does that even mean?
Because of your proximity to black men. Yeah. I guess.
Because again, it's like they'll still, it's like 1 minute, it's like, okay, 1 minute you want us to be black, but then when it comes to not getting what you want,
or our issues,
when it comes to our issues, it's like all of a sudden we're seen as something else. It's like, well, which one is it? Because I'm confused right now.
It's moving the goalposts, man.
Yeah.
Too much goalposts.
Yeah, when is convenient moving the goalposts?
Well, I think some people just it's that situation where you're not the black man representation, but then when they go hop the fence, you become the blackest man on the planet.
Right.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we don't really represent what it really means to be black. At the end of the day, as MLS men, we don't,
because we're mixed men.
Right. That too.
But I'm talking about phenotypes.
Go ahead.
Oh.
No, I was talking about from a phenotype. We don't represent what it means. Like, when people hear of a black man, they do not think of MLS men. Like, we don't represent that. No matter how much you want to go hard in the paint for, the blacky, black. We don't represent that.
Call it Kaepernick.
Yeah, sure, I represent my damn self.
Me too.
And that's the thing, because and the thing about it is, because that's what's gets so strange about it, to where that is really going to show you just how unambiguous black people make it harder on themselves than anybody else could ever do. in a lot of ways they couldn't even imagine.
But you know what? That's why I say I think it's time as men that we need to start working towards representing ourselves, because it doesn't help matters when you got people like Jordan Peele. I know y'all know who he is.
Yeah, I know who
Yeah.
Jordan Peele is.
What are you talking about, true friend?
You have the mental male traits of black, or that's what is believed. Okay. But let's not pretend like this is not a whole biracial dude that is literally casting people that look like they just like people from the Sudan.
Right.
Like what's that guy named Daniel Kuya or something like that? Like, has Jordan Peele ever cast an MLS man in his movie before?
Not that I know of. He may have. Again, I don't. If he had, I didn't know about it. But so far, I haven't seen it.
Nah, that whole Daniel Kuya, like that Us movie, like he had a whole Lupita, that barking dude from Black Panther. Like, this dude has been casting like dark skinned people in all his movies. But then you had that one movie or that one show with Rashida Jones, and people were up in arms about that.
Wow.
Yeah.
But yet, though, but yet, you know what? Again, y'all can throw your booze up, but yet, all of a sudden want to talk about, but yet they do shit such as blackwashing, taking our historical figures and having other people playing them.
We know that Vivian Marshall and Thurman Marshall was light skinned. They was a light skinned couple.
Yeah, and that still continues to this day. Still getting, Morgan Freeman or Tyler Perry to play what's his name? General Colin Powell or Thurgood Marshall.
Yeah, he had to lighten himself up.
Yeah.
That was stupid.
Stupid. Whoa.
And I said before, hey, yo, if the baby ends up playing me, I want y'all to boycott that film.
Oh, we will boycott all the films.
Hey, like I said, Michael Blackson go be playing me.
Yeah.
Nah, bro, that's messed up.
But yeah, though, but tripped out over Will Smith playing Venus and Serena Williams' dad, and Zoe Saldana playing what was her name again?
They said that movie flopped because of that.
It did?
Yeah, it didn't do good.
Well, but our movie do good because we let them.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's like what's the so again, so it's like, so why even do it? It's like, again, it's like I'm not blaming the actors or actresses, none whatsoever. I ain't gonna blame them, even though some people will, but I'm like, no, I blame the production company.
Well, those production companies, they just care about making a quick buck anyway. They don't care who they.
It's probably the producers and the directors.
Yeah, right. At the end of the day,
whoever,
because I'm like, at the end of the day, it's still bullshit. And I mean, hell, sooner or later, like, you know how back then, like, they used to have, white actors playing Michael Jackson. Even though Michael Jackson was still black, despite him, going through the transition that he went through.
Well, I'm just wait. I can't wait to see if they ever do make a biopic. I can't wait to see who they pick for him.
For who?
For
For
real
Michael
roles,
Jackson.
like
Well, even
Denzel
did y'all
Washington.
did y'all see that Mike Tyson like show?
Oh yeah.
They even kind of low key darkened Mike Tyson up a little bit. Like that guy they picked for him was like the guy from that little Bird Box. Like Mike Tyson is brown skin.
Yeah, yeah, ain't nobody really worried about that, but I don't think so. But
Well, it's not our problem, so.
I'm not. Whatever they want to do for their movies, they're gonna do, regardless of our permission or not. You know,
Right.
these, you know, man, it's just ridiculous with how they cast people and like.
Okay. Oh yeah. But
When the
getting
next
back to
generation comes, how are they gonna cast like the current generation that we have now? Like who are they gonna cast as, like, I don't know, Drake in the future when they try to make a movie out of him, a documentary? Who are they gonna cast?
The baby.
hey, we'll protest that movie to the day we die. We'll protest
Yeah.
that bitch.
Yeah, they,
The baby, bro.
The baby with his dark. Wait, how? That's not even possible. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
hey, nowadays,
That's-
hey, nothing surprised me nowadays.
Man, the baby, I don't know, man. Like when I saw that concert thing of him actually wearing a diaper, bro, I was just like, man, like he got some perks, man. I mean,
The baby is
Man,
the
weird.
fact that he can walk out with a diaper on and these women still find him attractive,
that's just some next level perks right there.
bro. Those are some perks right there. Like,
very much so.
Yeah,
imagine
the
somebody like, I don't know, Chris Brown did some stupid shit like that. Man,
Oh,
they would
They were talking. They were already talking. They already talking about him anyway. So all that's gonna do is just add more fuel to the
man,
fire.
that's gasoline with the match right there.
Yeah.
Lighting his ass up.
with a nuclear bomb.
Like he is finished. I don't know
I'm
how. Like that is some privilege right there. Like that's how you know dark skinned dudes are in right now. Like he can come out on stage and do something like that. Like that's how you know they're in right now.
Yeah, that if there wasn't anything else that proves that, I think the baby does. But even you gotta look at Lil Nas X.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
After what happened last summer, like, yo, I came home from work, man, and I turned on the TV, and I switched over to the BET Awards, man, and he was just, and then as soon as the channel got over there, I see him kissing this other. I'm like, what is this?
right.
Speaking of
Right.
the
And it's
baby,
like, okay, we get talked about, made fun of our sexuality all the time. But it's like I have yet to see again, the MLS man go up on stage kiss another dude
Yeah, and
like
he,
hell
Nas
no.
X is doing.
these gay dudes
I
is
yet
up
to see.
there, they dancing on top of one another, doing all this crazy stuff, and I'm just like,
It was
so
mainly dark skinned dudes.
I'm like,
Yeah, thank you.
so I'm like, where the shade at for dark skinned dudes for this one, right? There was
Right.
nothing, absolutely nothing, silent. But let Chris Brown do something like that, or let somebody like, I don't know, Jussie Smollett do
Drake.
something like that, Drake do
Yeah.
something like that, J. Cole, man, please, flame us, flame. But not that I advocate for it, because I don't. No, I don't advocate for that. For those same privileges, because I don't want that.
And you know what? And that's the thing that they still will continue to throw in our faces till the cows come home about privilege. And it's like, what privilege?
Yeah, I don't
What,
that kind of privilege. I don't want. I just want MLS men in a strong masculine figure in the media. That's what I want. I don't want whatever the baby and
yeah.
Lil Nas X. I don't want that. I'm not advocating for that. Y'all can keep that.
Golden Goddess.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
you'll
y'all
catch
can
up to
have
them
that.
eventually.
The baby is trash. Nobody like him. Well, only dark skinned men.
Please, bro.
GGY.
You don't see how toxic this dude is, and he's still getting played. Please.
Yeah.
That's dark skinned dude privilege. Dark skinned male
Exactly.
privilege right there.
So it's like, yeah. So again, like this old MLS privilege that's been talked about for so long. It's like, okay, well, in order to get privilege, what have we benefited from it besides just seeing insults hurled at us all damn day whenever somebody sees fit?
Well, that's the thing, but a lot of people like to bring up New Jack City, but a lot of people don't forget when Ice-T had gave
I see
Nino
beat
that
his
work.
ass. I see
I
beat his
see what
ass.
Wesley Snipes ass and what Chris Rock ass.
Right.
And just
I
like
don't
when
even think-
when Charlemagne the God would try to talk about that family, like, oh yeah, you know that. And I'm like, you know how Charlemagne the God can be. Like, yeah, light skinned dudes basically went out of style after that. And I'm like, yeah, but you forget the fact that Ice-T, got the revenge for his
Beige
LA.
community, beige and brown community. Say it with me.
Yeah,
You
but
say it with me. The infamous 1980s light skin point, the go to guy in the 80s.
nah, but
infamous like Prince, the infamous 80s talking point.
Infamous.
But yeah, but that I think Chrissy did a video on that a few years ago, where she addressed where Charlemagne the God was always coming for DJ Envy in his color.
But but he bleaches though. See,
Who Charlemagne?
yeah,
Yeah, it's been evident over the years that he has been bleaching. I mean, yeah, that's on him. So, and then who's that other chick that's in there? Angela Yee. She's the biracial chick. She's blazing. But
yeah.
surprisingly, Charlemagne never gives any smoke to her. You ever notice that? Even though she's blazing.
Well, you know how that game goes. They only got smoke for the dudes.
Golden Goddess, stay with me in the chat. Y'all paying the exotical tax.
The hell you say? They paying no damn exotical tax.
No, we can't. That exotical tax is getting too expensive.
Yeah. But don't tell. But don't tell Kimmy I said that though. Sorry, Kimmy. You know I love you. Because it's gonna be all. What, you not gonna pay your exotical tax to me?
No, she gonna raise the price now.
Yeah, she gonna raise the price.
She gonna raise it 8.5%, bro.
No, yeah, she gonna raise it 10%.
10%.
Yeah, I'm
like, bro.
I'm like, come on, you already bleeding me out of my pocket, so I might as well just go ahead and give you my retirement.
Okay, I'm looking at why are y'all doing Chris Brown like that?
Yeah,
Chris Brown is getting roasted in these comments.
Right.
Wow.
I'm like, okay, they going in on the baby. They going in on Charlemagne. They going in. Hold up, y'all going in on Prince?
Damn.
What Prince do?
Or Vanity.
Prince. I'm like,
well, I gotta admit, Prince messed up a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. With the high
you talking about them? You talking about them pants? You talking about when he was wearing pants with the booty hanging out?
Yeah, that didn't help none.
Nah. Prince was, in my opinion, was not that great of a representation.
Yeah.
The only solid, MLS men is like Vin Diesel, The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people were. Christopher Williams, he was pretty good representation in his time.
Yeah, him,
Wait,
him
I know
and
this have nothing to do with Chris Brown and the light skinned man and nothing, but the reason why Chrissy don't show her face because she ugly, because she know deep down she ugly.
The whole thing with Chrissy, like, I believe there was a photo in the past that was leaked of her, but we don't know if it was really her. But you know, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So the jury is still out on that one.
Yeah,
Charlamagne looks
there
like
was
he was stung by
but-
bees. Not the bee.
I'm like, hey, he be giving people donkey of the days. We gonna give him a donkey of the day.
Wait, beige and brown community, can you make a video on light skinned families and the history of biracials and mixed race people that before slavery, stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm making a lot of historical videos down the line. I
No,
got
I'm talking
yeah.
about way before slavery. Like we been here way before slavery. We know that, but can you make a video on it? I never see videos like that.
I had.
And you know what? And I'm glad you brought that up, because you know how normally they do these documentaries or these historical explanations and stuff, like telling it from the monoracial standpoint about how, of course, how they like to throw MLS men or women in that category. And it's like, well, normally the historical facts, unless somebody wants to prove me wrong, I haven't seen an MLS person on those slave ships.
Exactly. We're a new population. What the hell?
Yeah.
Right.
So this whole, well, y'all was just a slave too. It's like, yeah, though we weren't on the boats, because all the documentaries that I've seen was really nothing but, monoracial folks.
Hey, the future is golden. Don't forget Heavy D as well. Heavy D was also a good figure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Heavy D with that dude.
Heavy D was that dude, man.
Right. I'm like, and you know what? And that's real swag right there. Heavy D, that is the real definition of swag. Not this so-called swag that people talk now. Despite him being big and he can move like a lightweight too. And I don't even think he ever cursed in any of his songs.
Yeah.
Then he had a song saying don't curse.
Yeah. I was listening to that yesterday, and I was like, oh, I'm like, dang, I like that. It's hard to find the instrumental.
Well, I think 90s and 2000, that was like the best era of rap, in my opinion. I don't really like this rap nowadays.
Yeah, it's 90s and early 2000 hip hop and R&B over here. I can't mess with that new school music.
Yeah, I'm a young buck compared to you guys.
Hey, I'm young too, but I don't know. I don't really like it. I think some of it is good, but a lot of these guys don't really seem to compare as well, talent-wise.
Well, R&B went right out the window because
some folks can say R&B music is like film music, but at least they knew how to sing though.
Back then you had to have talent to actually get a major deal.
Right.
Yeah.
Auto-tune is terrible.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much what runs it nowadays, is auto-tune.
Well, actually, believe it or not, auto-tune really, in a way, even back then, like going back to the 80s, what was that group name? Yeah, Zapp and Roger.
Oh yeah.
He was using it. Just basically got reprised, from T-Pain, T-Pain and all them.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, my dad played all this, so I guess I'm a tweener.
Yeah. Because nowadays you got people on there, they just put them up there thinking that they got talent when really they can't sing for lick.
King sing or rap.
I mean, hell, y'all didn't see the verses between Mario and Omarion.
I, I heard about it.
This fool brought a watermelon up on stage while performing. I'm like, whew. I'm like, that's what we doing now. I guess we gonna sing while eat, huh?
Bro. That's not what they paid for.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe that.
Hey, James want to know if he's not back on because I think he dropped off.
Yeah. Let me post this back.
Well, guys, it's been nice talking to you. I had a
Oh
long
yeah,
day,
for sure.
so I'm gonna head on out. All right, guys.
All right, appreciate you, man.
All right, man. Tori,
Thanks for dropping by.
I would say goodbye to everybody in the chat as well.
But yeah, that's. But ain't that again the story of MLS men in a nutshell? Unfortunately, it's still going to continue.
Yeah, at this point, I don't really see it getting better.
Yeah.
I think what is going to take, I think for one, it might need to just be a whole shift in what I think with the way that rap is being promoted nowadays. I think it would practically have to be a complete cultural shift for anything to change.
And again, and especially when you have folks that'll be on, talking about again us replacing them in order to drive everybody into a fear. I'm like, how is that so? Y'all are being replaced. The McCham argument.
That I don't even think they even care that much about being replaced. They just don't want us to do it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I'm not used to doing it on the phone. I'm trying to see if I can post a link back.
Okay, they still dropping. They still dropping names. Hey, go to where it says what is it? Invite, and then hit invite on the panel, and you'll see the link. You just gotta highlight it. Oh yeah, for sure, LA.
Wow, I cannot find this. Oh wait, here we go.
Yeah.
There.
They're addicted to the oppression narrative, even if it doesn't ring true. MLS don't live to replace Black people. That's a seated conspiracy theory. Yep.
Well, that kind of exists in the opposite when you think about it, because it's like when you look at the list of first Black, it's like what a lot of people don't seem to get is when they say first Black, there's a lot of people back then that probably wouldn't even be considered Black nowadays.
Yeah.
That they count as the first Black. These are people were basically from mixed slaves and white slave overseers. So a lot of these people were probably like what, 25-40% black at best.
Yeah,
Mm.
a good 20 to 40, or less a good 60, 20 or 30.
Like I kid you not, like there was so many like light-skinned people that was mixed that they were saying was basically black, but was practically quadroons basically getting thrown in as black. And then it's like then you hear people say, "Oh, you don't have a history, or you get your history from us." But no, that's not true. Like I heard soul food was basically created by biracial slaves. Was actually, I think, the brother of Sally Hemings that created all the stuff that we see, greens, cornbread, and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Mm.
Light-skinned men did their thing in the 70s and 80s. There was an effort to downplay their masculinity. Now we have The Rock and Vin Diesel.
Well, even in The Rock and Vin Diesel's case, yeah, they're representation, but they're not like represented like a heartthrob like Idris Elba or Morris Chestnut. They're more like action hero. They're, put it to you like this: they're not going to be cast as like the what they say in the Fast and Furious movie, man candy or something like that.
Yeah, eye candy. And also let's keep it real. Like, do you have? I mean, hell, I don't feel they represent LS men.
They don't.
And nothing but respect to those guys, but still, we're just I'm a regular dude in comparison to them. Yeah, we may have features and skin tones, but at the same time,
Yep, they are sex symbols. No.
they're scared of the era of the 80s, the women. I'm like, damn. I'm like, the 80s.
The 80s just, I feel sometimes I wish I could just go back in time and see how that was.
Yeah.
The way
because I was born in the late 80s. I was born in 87. So I saw the card a little bit, but I was just a toddler. And I think, you know what? Because I think, this could be me and I could be wrong. But in the 80s, right? Because you hear stuff out there, and that was kind of a weird era. Sort of.
Well, I think androgyny was a big thing back then.
Yeah. Okay, I see they bringing up Jeremy Meeks, aka Prison. What y'all call him, Prison Day? I'm gonna let the women answer that. So,
Jeremy Meeks. I don't even like after. I don't even know what he did after that whole like prison thing. He didn't really. He just fell off the face of the earth. I heard that he had gotten a relationship with like some white model or something, and they broke up.
I think I might have heard about that. I believe.
Like, yeah, it's like, yo, it's like he came out of jail and then all of a sudden just vanished off the face of just vanished off the face of the earth. It's like you rarely even hear about him now. That's how you do it. It's like you go ahead.
Well, I heard there was a lot of dudes that was hating on him. He said, "Yo, you like him because he's light skinned with colored eyes."
And you know what? And going back to what Unc was saying, you know what? Deep down, for what we do, they want to try to see if they could, compete, compare, contrast. Like they got it's like they just somehow just got to match everything we do, positive or negative. Not saying that again we're embracing the negative, but for whatever reason, it's just like they just can't. It's like they want to get shine off of our shine just a little bit, or even more than that.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, could y'all please just leave us alone? Damn.
Well, in a way, it's not even just them. Black women have kind of hopped on this trend too. They be the main ones talking.
Yeah. And you know what? Not and they get it from one. It's not. And again, and even that isn't necessarily. I don't think it's one-sided anymore. They get it from each other. If it isn't the men, it's going to be the women, or vice versa. To the point to where we just get breaking down to sort of for us to conform. And that's why, again, when you see a lot of MLS, people, doing this, I want to be down.
I want to be down for what I know is true.
Yeah. It's like, that part, yes. KB, he did get right. Yeah, he got that part right. But however, it's not necessarily really doing anything for you because they're just throwing you up there as a prop. You're just being played with like a puppet. You're their puppet. Yeah, you're the puppet. They're the masters. Because they know that it's like, because hell, that's just really again because they know that that's a diss to y'all being used as the face of black, knowing themselves that you're not really the face of black.
Well, they don't realize that they play right into their hands.
Yeah.
Now they're breeding their replacements, and now a lot of them are crying foul. And in a way, I think deep down that's kind of one of the reasons why they're saying this, because they know that they've finally put themselves between a rock and a hard place, and they're seeing their creations basically take over what they feel is theirs. So now they don't like it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm reading this comment about what Abby said about you guys are too influenced by the internet and the propaganda they feed about you.
Well, we're
it's
not.
Still going. Nah, I mean, hey, talking about it and even addressing it.
Well, it's not so much being influenced; it's just shedding light on it.
Yeah,
because not a lot of people are talking about it.
And even if we didn't talk about it, then if we didn't talk about it, somebody else would. But they'll be telling our story versus they'll be telling our story versus us telling our story.
But do you guys think that's a lot of people are saying that? Do y'all think Stephen Curry should be the top 10 all time now?
Right now?
Yeah.
He's up. He's definitely up there.
I mean, I think he should be, considering
he's up there.
The way he's changed and influenced the game. I think you gotta have him considered as like a top 10 player all time.
And let's be honest. He's not the biggest guy playing basketball. Like that's all. Like they believed that was all that you had to be, was just this big dude just dominating in the paint, basically being like LeBron James. And it's like, no, that's two different styles, two different playing methods. Steph Curry doesn't have to drive up to the paint and dunk, while he can just shoot and make a layup occasionally.
I mean, Stephen Curry is like revolutionized the game of basketball. I mean, you got to give him props for that. And he's only like 33 and already has the same amount of championships as LeBron.
Right.
But I can't, as much as I give him his props, I kind of have my bias because, Bucks fan, still kind of salty. Salty.
Hey, y'all want a championship too.
I was really hoping we could have went back.
Giannis.
Well, even Giannis kind of is low key like good like representation for. I mean, Giannis is. Do y'all think Giannis is light skinned? Because I think he is. I think because his girlfriend is biracial and he got two sons, that both of them look light skinned.
Who, Giannis?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I'm on my computer right now, even though I'm speaking to you through the phone. So. But yeah, though. Would you also throw Odell Beckham Jr. in that mix as well?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because he was getting hated on.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like OBJ for that reason.
And I'm like, how? Why? It's like, yo. It's funny how they want to try to, I guess, twist the net. They want to flip the narrative on us and how they treat. It's like, okay, like, well, you should be with women that you should be with women that look like your mama. I'm like, okay, so if his mama happens to be a biracial woman, and y'all get mad about it, shut up.
Look at this comment. The NBA is becoming the National Beige Association. Hey, it is.
True fan. That's he's from Greece.
Hey, at the rate the NBA is going, is definitely like this last draft. There was so many like biracial and light skinned dudes in it. It's like I said, these guys, I think deep down they know like their replacements are here and they don't like it.
Yeah, we finna be on the come up.
But then they would be having these so-called drafts, right? Well, I would say drafts, but these recruitments. And I heard a video where somebody said that they would go out of their way to make sure that the MLS men didn't get drafted or didn't get recruited.
Well, they don't really got much of a choice now. That's pretty much who's dominating the NBA at this point.
Pretty much.
Seems like every draft, it seems like it gets more and more beige.
And you know what? And to top it off, the MLS community is pretty much the MLS mixed race biracial community is also growing at a rate in comparison to everybody else.
Oh, definitely. You kind of even see it with the women. Like Sydney McLaughlin.
They're mad about that.
Yeah, like a lot of them, even in the women's sports, it seems like mixed and light skin is taking over. Osaka, Sydney McLaughlin, the WNBA, Like we could go
Candace
on and
Parker,
on about this.
Candace Parker, Brittany.
Brittany Griner.
I said her name. I said Brittany Griner. Okay, just get to the Bulls to the playoffs, please. Well, truth fan, that's probably going to take a while. I don't.
Just get the Bulls to the play. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Zach LaVine. How could I forget Zach LaVine?
yeah.
Like
Hell,
Zach
you even got
LaVine.
him. Oh, I forgot to mention Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't really know what's going on with that one.
well, he's over in Brooklyn, so
Ben Simmons need to get his little mental problems right because I
yeah.
don't know what's like. He's got
Well,
all the talent in the world.
that's the thing too. Like because again, like if it is mental issues, again, like what Uncle was saying earlier, like there's nothing wrong with seeking help if that's the case. I mean, unless if he's using mental health as an excuse, but even with that, it's like I don't know. So
I don't know. I think he's got the talent. He just needs to get his head on right. I think he'll definitely do better on Brooklyn though.
and even Kobe said it. It's like even Kobe was digging him up. Like Ben Simmons is a good player. His his Achilles heel is his.
Well, they said he had that problem since he was in college though.
What day he didn't have a jump shot?
Yeah, that and he had character issues. Oh, what's up, Deontay? Well, I'm probably about to go for a few more minutes and then I'm probably about to call it a night. It's midnight over here.
No, don't end it.
Right. Now go ahead.
Wait, what was it? Somebody say something?
I think it was James.
But I think since we pretty much finished up Man Cave Monday, maybe let's talk about who do y'all think y'all see with like MLS women replacing people in sports right now? Who would y'all say is on the come up?
Rena Williams.
Who?
Serena Williams.
Oh, you with Naomi and Osaka, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Serena, she had her time, but I think she might need to call it. I feel like, well, I really don't. Honestly, Osaka, she looked like she was going to take Serena's place, but it seems like she's starting to get in that Ben Simmons territory.
Oh, let's not talk about how Serena Williams bleached her skin.
Serena, yeah,
Serena
her
is
daughter's
grooming her
definitely.
daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, her daughter's doing it.
But yeah, but there's also this volleyball player, this woman volleyball player, and I forget her name, but if y'all know who I'm talking about, please, type it in the chat. Hell, she's doing big things right now. I had to fight a lot and protect my sister.
Whoa. Who'd you have to fight? Who? We kind
Did
of
you
talked
guys?
about this earlier in the stream,
Yeah.
but it's pretty much how it is with most people. Had a lot of proving to do.
Kind of.
I didn't really have a lot of fights when I was growing up because I was always like really big. But I did have like a time when my football team where I got into a fight with one of my teammates because he was always blocking me in the back. And sometimes my coaches said that we'll have some of the players hit me harder to toughen me up.
Wow.
Yeah, my sister used to fight girls who used to hit me.
From what I've seen, it can be very rough, especially if you're the stereotypical like light-skinned girl in all black schools. You really have
Oh,
to
hey, you
deal
know
with it.
what? Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all a true story right now. Okay. There was these three. Okay, there was these three sisters, right? All of them, MLS. All three of these girls, they was everybody. They got along pretty much with every single body, but the thing was, they all knew how to box.
Oh damn.
Yeah, all three sisters. They was cute on the outside. Oh, they was gorgeous on the outside. But then there was that inside. You didn't know whether or not they was gonna. 1 minute it's like, yeah, they can be feminine, but then there's that time where it's like, if they gotta be aggressive with you, they're gonna be aggressive with you. This was just in the. This is just the area that This was just the area again where I'm at. They came up.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot where I'm at.
Yeah.
They, if like you were like a cuter girl, light skin, you definitely got into a lot of fights or a lot of jealous girls that didn't look as good.
Right. But then but then the sad part is that again, like when you hear stories about like these girls getting cut, getting their hair cut, getting their faces slashed, or pretty much going to a party and yet they're getting jumped by multiple people.
Did you have a lot of fights when you were growing up, retro guy?
Um, I didn't really have a lot of fights. I had a lot of people try to like pick fights with me, like test like my manhood or something.
Yeah.
Cause like growing up in like middle school, high school, like a lot of the boys, like they want to fight me, but it's like I don't fight just to like prove my manhood. I fight out of self defense only.
Right, me and my sisters did the same.
But yeah, though, but that's where again, like I was telling, like even for me, I probably only got like went into a couple, maybe, but then again, I told this story on Gigi's stream about how I was walking home from school one day with my cousins, right? And my cousin, he's lighter than me, so and it was this big dude. It was this big dude that pretty much beat him up, and we were just, and again, it was just like we were just sort of like traumatized. It's like, well, how come y'all didn't help him? I'm like, well, what could I do? Like, I couldn't throw a punch to save my life back then. And so again, we go and tell his older brother basically to go walk over to the scene where he left his jacket and his backpack hanging. And we kind of saw that as, just toxic masculinity.
Future is Golden said she was in a girl gang. Oh,
Well, you bad about it.
Future is golden was jumping people.
Right. Next minute, hell, she probably might go. She probably might jump me or something. Now I'm just playing with you.
Oh, they said Feline. I don't. I don't
Yeah,
even
that
know
was
how to
the
pronounce.
that's the volleyball player, the female volleyball player that I was talking about.
I don't
She,
even.
y'all, if y'all again Google that name, she is like 6'4", and you want to talk about thick, again looking good in the
6'4"?
right places.
That's a
Damn.
whole lot of woman right there.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah, my mother is 6'1".
Oh, she's 6'1".
Yes.
Oh, damn. So are you pretty tall yourself?
I'm 5'10".
Oh, okay. Dang, shit. I'm like, I'm about what 5'8.5". So
I'm 5'11".
yeah.
What
6'3".
about you? What?
Yeah, I'm 6'3". Well, 6'2", 6'3",
We
somewhere
all
around there.
over here tall, and they say light skinned men are not that tall. Mm.
Uh,
I'm like, hey, well, they damn sure ain't talking to me because I'm just, getting an average short dude. They talking about me. No, I was just playing.
Me
They
personally, I'm
talking
like,
about me, but but I don't trip though.
shoot, this me is like one little wrong move. You stepped your ass in the ring with me.
What's that? I've been jumped, stabbed, loads of fights. I had to lay a foundation for my younger mixed family members so they didn't have to go through what I went through. Yeah.
well, this is an interesting one.
I spoke to my great uncle and he said as a light skinned man, he's never felt comfortable around his guy friends who are married because their wives would always get a little too touchy in these stories. I'm like, ooh.
Oh man. Oh, okay. So a couple weeks ago, I was working at my job, and there was this girl. This had to. It was like maybe a couple weeks ago, and she had came, and she was a good looking something too. So I'm like, oh yeah, let me shoot my shot for a little bit. So we was having a nice conversation. We was laughing, giggling around. I'm like, oh, okay. So then like a week later, she comes again, and this time she got her boyfriend with her. And it's like she was looking at me in a way, and the boyfriend had a look on his face, kind of like, that little, like, what you doing, look. I'm like, oh, snap. It was like she was kind of looking at me, and then he had this funny look on his face, like, oh, man, I'm at my job, and I'm about to have some drama. Do y'all have any stories like that?
Oh, sorry guys about that penguin. Oh, that was my daughter.
I feel like that happens to me a lot for some reason.
Yo, Malcolm. Oh, do I have any stories like that? None that I can think of. Wait, you know what? I take that back. Yeah, I do. Like when it's like I could be hanging out with one of my hanging out with one of my dudes and stuff, and then I don't know what it was to where he always felt the need to say, "Hey, don't be trying to holler or try to flirt with any of don't flirt with my girlfriend or my brothers." And I'm like, I don't tend to. But yeah, he's over there on the other side trying to talk to one of my exes or something. And I'm like, what purpose? I'm like, oh, so I was like, okay, so you don't want nobody else to sample your thrill, but whatever thrills that I may have sampled before, you want a taste of it, but yet you're in a relationship. Yeah, insecure much. Because I'm like, first off, I don't want your chick and she don't want me.
Man, that happened
What's up?
way too much for my like.
Yeah. Tell them it's an equal level playing field. You know what? It kind of is.
Man.
And that's the thing too, where it's just like, yo, because where I live, right, pretty much everybody's taken, right? Especially the ones that look good on the outside, right?
Right.
But then you'll get these girls that be trying to holler at you, knowing that it's like, okay, well, you may have a nice personality, but you're kind of lacking in the looks department. Yeah, in the looks department.
Oh, that's simple.
Now that happened to me a lot growing up. Like there'd be certain chicks that be trying to holler at me, but I'll put it in a nice way.
Now, what's that?
Like, there'll be girls like trying to holler at me, like they have a good personality, but in looks,
it's just not there. Like it's not getting your urges.
Just ugly, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, I'm sorry, but he downstairs, his downstairs got a mind of his own.
Like, I think I went to like 2 proms. I think the second prom I went to, the day that one of my relatives set me up. Nice personality, but the looks department was and I was so embarrassed because everybody like at the prom had a good looking day. Me, I don't know why. I'm just sitting there looking like a fool.
Looking like, man, dang.
I'm like, why does always happen to me, man? Why does it always happen to us?
Yaddy.
Yeah, like, is that an MLS curse thing that we just have?
That used to happen to me so much when I was younger. Ugh. Still kind of does sometimes, but I just sometimes
but you know what though? But I do want to ask this, like, what is it that do y'all also kind of like get this like type of vibe where it's like the more they pedestalize us, we gotta like pretty much be almost godlike?
Yes.
Like we could
Uh,
have like we can't have flaws. We damn near just gotta be perfect.
Yes.
oh yeah, definitely. I think I think from what I've seen, they just if you don't fit like what the image that they want, they don't really want nothing to do with you.
Yeah. No, I had a and I figured it was gonna be something. I figured it was gonna come around to
Maybe I don't know. Like I said
that.
before, there's some MLS men here where I'm at that just they just be with girls that just man you man
Hey,
to be
babe, the brown
nice.
community, they just ugly.
I mean they're not bad looking, but they ain't good looking either.
Are they MGM or dark skin? No offense, but yeah.
A lot of them be dark skinned.
I think
Well, from what I've seen, a lot of the like dark skinned girls that don't really be looking all that good be the main ones that be chasing down light skinned dudes from what I've seen.
Especially like you were saying, the dark skinned men want to pass over their leftovers to us and take our women.
they can keep their leftovers.
I mean, but hell, just like but look at the leftovers that they get. Isn't it self-explanatory? It's like, okay, because over there, right? It's like because they're known as the garbage men in their community, and from somebody else's community, they'll give them the leftovers, but yet expect us to pick up their leftovers. It's like a continuing cycle.
And we gonna stop that shit too.
Yeah, that I be scratching my head when I be seeing that sometimes.
So, what do you guys think of MLS male hotel?
Simple. Next.
Oh shit!
Bro said laughing my ass off.
Man, why you gotta be coughing right now, man?
I had to, somebody had to say it.
He's like, that. Oh,
Wait, why don't you show your face, brown and beige community?
Well, because there's a lot of crazy people online, and from what
yeah.
I seen with like a lot of what's been going on in the golden sphere, a lot of people have been trying to attach our face to a lot of crazy stuff.
Oh yeah, that's where I would show my face.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes I even regret, even showing my face because
We already know what you
people.
look like.
Because there's
Yeah,
some
well,
crazy.
yeah, but still, though, people would take your thumbnail and use it as for troll accounts, and they'll even clone your username, thinking that is you when really it's somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not really that I'm afraid of people seeing me. It's just with the way these trolls, especially trolls in this space,
Yeah.
I wouldn't really.
Yo, they told my I know this had nothing to do with it, but they told my grandma that she looked like grandma got run over by a reindeer.
What? Who
It
said
was
that?
like this boy. I had punched him in his face.
Oh,
And my grandpa jumped him, and my uncle, and all the men in my family.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
I never even got this. Dark skinned women are your type. No, they're not my type. I'm sorry.
Me neither. I'm sorry too.
Yeah, light skin, pro light skin.
I mean, it's not that I don't. I think yeah, there's attractive ones, but they're not really like women that I go out of my way to go after.
Yeah, some of them just ugly, just straight ugly. No offense, but it's some dark skinned women, which is the exoticals, which are beautiful.
Well, yeah, there's beautiful women in every race, but I just
Oh yeah,
dark skinned women were just never really my thing.
me either.
Yeah.
Dark skinned women.
And for the trolls, I know y'all probably go try to clip that. So
Trolls, get out of here, you ugly bitches. Be
Hmm.
gone, demon.
I
I
think with
know
me,
tomorrow
growing
they probably go try to clip that. Said brown and beige is a curse.
James Bells ain't gonna say shit. I'm going live after this. I'm going live. Y'all come to my thing.
Hey, what's your channel?
James Mel.
James
Oh,
Math.
okay.
Okay. So
I'm
I'll
going live.
say it. I think every group has attractive features in women. There's just some features that I like a little bit more than others. But
Me too. Hybrid.
I've heard a lot of light skinned dudes say that Latinas be giving them Play-Doh. Is that true?
Yes, I love Latinos too. They kind.
Well, from what I've seen, it's definitely true.
But then you do have those that love playing tribalism with you.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, yo, when they
You guys
Oh
come to
yeah.
my thing.
guys admit is MLS women your type? It's okay. Wow.
Yes, my wife is.
yes.
So
Yeah.
everybody, every woman and man in my family is it. Goddamn.
But anyways, y'all, I'm about ready to end it.
Oh
I've been
yeah,
going
for
on.
sure.
Wait till we get to 400. Wait till we get to 400.
Wait till we get to fun. All right.
Well, not 400, but
4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. You guys come to my screen. It's James Map.
Yeah, I'll just write a comment down after the stream and I'll highlight it
Okay.
on my channel. That's interesting. I think we might have to talk about that one day.
What's that?
Similar phenotype, light skinned men and Latino men. Talk
What?
about that one day.
I'm sorry about that. That was the computer. But yeah, though. But you know what? I heard other people say that too. That we pretty much, again, do share sort of a similar resemblance.
Hey, we might be. Hey, in my channel, we might even troll Lish.
Well, have fun with that, man. But
Yeah,
I'm not doing that no more.
yeah.
I'm going back to my roots with this channel. I'm trying to keep that. The only way I'm responding to them is if they throw my name and stuff again.
Right. I was just playing about. Well, yeah, it was just jokes. Right.
But who's to say I won't wake up tomorrow and my name is getting dragged into something anyway?
Hey, we got as MGM people, we gotta stick together. So if they come for you, they come for me.
No, for sure, man.
But anyways, y'all, I'm about to end it. I appreciate
Yeah.
all y'all for stopping by,
Right.
man. This is one of
Oh, I'm
this
not
is one of
hybrid.
the
I'm not.
this is
Okay,
one of the
guys.
funnest streams I've ever had.
Yeah, I was like, yo, a Manscaped. I mean, not said Manscaped, but Man Cave Monday.
Okay, hybrid. I won't. All right, bye, guys. I'll see you on my
All right, peace.
All right. It was nice and chill, had a little fun, talked a little sports.
And you guys
So,
met the G.
so Man Cave Monday was a success.
Yep.
Word.
And there
Hey,
was
but
no
nah,
Nino
but
here.
I didn't even think we was gonna get that much attraction. I thought it was just gonna be like just a small portion of people. I didn't know it was gonna be a whole lot. But okay. Hey there.
But hey, that's good. It's definitely.
So I was like, hey, I guess this must be a thing. Well, Man Cave Mondays.
Yeah, it was definitely a success.
Yep.
No drama. We joked around.
Yeah.
It's chill.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, really, all of our streams be like that. These other people just make drama out of all our streams. To be honest, like none of
Yeah,
us
to
really.
try to
Nobody in the
derail the
golden.
conversation.
Nobody
Yeah.
in the golden sphere really even does any line. These people just make it. They just go clip like a couple seconds and then say, see. Like, no.
They try to be slick with it.
Oh yeah. That's just them wanting to be a part of the conversation or inserting themselves into the conversation.
Well, hey, they haven't stopped anything. We're doing nothing but growing.
Yeah.
So, hey, they can find any sound bites. Let them have at it.
I hate to say it, but you didn't have any women or BM on the panel to create drama. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't. I wouldn't say that.
Well, we did have a couple trolls that came in.
Yeah.
We just shut the trolls down tonight. I wasn't playing with them today.
Yeah.
We had one that tried to come in and start the stream off on a bad note, but they got shut down.
Yeah.
Trust me, there's probably gonna be some more coming soon.
Okay, Rose, I like that. This is MLS. Get used to it. It's an MLS space. Get used to it.
Word up.
But
Yes, true fan. You missed the trolls. But yeah, no, I'm about to go ahead and call it a night too, because I gotta get up early in the morning.
Young call it night too, man.
thanks for joining, fellas. Good.
Yep.
Nah, no problem, man.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. See y'all later.
All right.
See you.